Mic check, mic check, mic check. Wait, I gotta hit the button. Bam! I keep forgetting. I have to mute that every time, even on that page. It's weird. It's really weird. Anyway, good evening, everyone. Welcome back to another live Carolina Panthers talk here on the U to the Tube and the Facebook. I'm your host, Blitzball Champ, Jason Ingram. It is Thursday, November 16th, 2023. Hope everybody's been having a good week so far. It's been a pretty good week for me, for the most part. It's been a pretty good week. Um, kind of felt long at one point, but overall, pretty good. Anyways, we're back once again. Week 11, ladies and gentlemen, for the Carolina Panthers, as they will return home this Sunday to play the 6-3 Dallas Cowboys. That's right. The 1-8 Carolina Panthers face off against the 6-3 Dallas Cowboys. A team that Carolina hasn't beaten since 2015 when Cam Newton was quarterback. This was back when they had Tony Romo. That's how long it's been, y'all. That's how long it's been. So, yeah. Think we may be in for a nightmare this Sunday. And I'm going to end up DVRing the game myself because I will be at a wedding. But I still plan on checking it out. And not only that, head coach Frank Reich is back as the play caller. So, yeah. Yeah. So 3 games in for Thomas Brown. And Frank Reich takes back play calling duties. Yeah, it's not a good look, y'all. It's not a good look whatsoever. It's not a good look. We're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about that. Um, may have some folks join me tonight. I think Corey will be here in 15 minutes, and I believe Mr. Carolina will be joining as well. But yeah, got quite a bit to talk about. Frank Reich, Thomas Brown, and we'll also touch on Ken Dorsey as well because that's been a hot topic. And do we really have a shot at defeating the Cowboys? We're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it. Unfortunately, on the Panthers website, the main team website, they don't have the preview, the specific preview up for this matchup. So I decided to go with a simple one, courtesy of NFL.com, which, to be honest, it's pretty straight to the point. So, yeah, definitely want to dive into that. Let's see. Okay. Anyway, Dallas Cowboys visiting the Carolina Panthers. The ESPN matchup predictor has a 84.3% chance that Dallas wins and a 15.6% chance that the Panthers win. Yeah. Um, Dallas doesn't really have much on their injury report. Well, they got they got a couple of folks. So they got a handful of folks on IR. Peyton Hendershot, tight end. C.J. Goodwin. Leighton Vander Esch just got on injured reserve. Had a ruptured ACL. Just had surgery for that. Trayvon Diggs. Or excuse me. That was Trayvon Diggs that had the ACL surgery. So Trayvon Diggs on IR. Leighton Vander Esch is on IR. He just neck injury. He just got put on IR. Uh, Matt Waletzko at offensive tackle on IR. Josh Ball on IR. DeMarvion Overshawn on IR as well. Wide receiver David Durden on IR. John Stevens Jr. on IR. So, I mean, really, the main two that stick out are Trayvon Diggs and Leighton Vander Esch. So, though they're both out for the season. So, but to be honest, I don't think they're going to be affected that much, especially considering right now they are 6-3. They're 6-3 right now. Let's see. For the Carolina Panthers, well, according to the recent injury report, Bryce Young was actually on the injury report with a thigh issue, but he was a full participant. So, barring any sort of crazy setbacks, he's probably still going to be good to play this Sunday. Uh, Hayden Hurst and C.J. Henderson still out, uh, dealing with concussions. I know Hayden Hurst was the most recent one that's been in concussion protocol. C.J. Henderson practiced on a limited basis yesterday, but he was out today. And it looks like both are still in the concussion protocol. But it looks like C.J. Henderson would be the one that would be closest to clearing it, but remains to be seen. Uh, Tight end Stephen Sullivan didn't practice, dealing with a shoulder issue, even though he was a full participant yesterday. Taylor Moton, Austin Corbett, Marquise Haynes Sr., J.C. Horn, Laviska Shenault, Ian Thomas, Xavier Woods were all limited today. Brian Burns and DJ Chark were full participants, and Brian Burns has cleared the concussion protocol. So some good news there. I know there's been quite some buzz on J.C. Horn. The idea that he's getting closer to coming back. I mean, the sooner the better, but he's still listed as limited. So, I mean, we'll have to see what happens on Friday. Maybe perhaps he'll be good to go by the end of day Friday. Remains to be seen, but I think a big thing is Hayden Hurst and C.J. Henderson still in the concussion protocol. I mean, I know Hayden Hurst hasn't really done a lot this season, but still, we need everybody back as healthy as possible. You know what I mean? So that's the hope. That's the hope. But for the most part, aside from a few key names for the Dallas Cowboys, they're pretty healthy. And they are definitely a big threat. As far as the rankings, according to NFL.com, I'm going to just keep it plain and simple for y'all. The Cowboys on offense, they have the number 7th ranked offense. The Carolina Panthers have the dead last, number 32 ranked offense. For defense, the Cowboys are ranked 2nd, the Panthers are ranked 7th. For passing, Carolina ranked 28th, Dallas ranked 9th. Rushing, Carolina ranked 30th, Cowboys ranked 13th. So that's what they have listed on NFL.com. So yeah, I mean, it's pretty much night and day, y'all. It's pretty much night versus day, with night being Carolina and day being Dallas, because whew, definitely don't like our chances. Do not like our chances. Corey,
What's
welcome.
good, man?
It's going well. How are you?
What's good, everybody?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay, cool deal. Alrighty. So you just came in as we were kind of finishing up the injury report, but I'll go back over it. Um, the Cowboys, the only real big names on their injury report, you got two folks on injured reserve, which are cornerback Trayvon Diggs and uh their star linebacker Leighton Vander Esch just got on IR, out for the season. Those are really the
Mm,
two big names that they won't have, but
okay.
at the same time, Dallas is 6-3. So
Yeah,
for
I'm
the
looking at the list right now.
yeah, so for the
I'm
most
seeing a lot of full practices on Wednesday and Thursday. The only one that isn't is Tyson Smith,
okay,
and that's the offensive tackle,
okay,
which means they're gonna have their full set of people, man, except for the people that are on IR.
I see.
Um, so while we're on injuries, let me look through this list. We got Hayden Hurst got a concussion.
Yeah,
Lordy.
he's in concussion protocol, and C.J. Henderson is also still in concussion protocol.
So
Brian,
is Brian Burns.
he just cleared it. He just cleared it.
Oh, goodness. Look at this list, y'all. Austin Corbett's got a calf injury, too.
Yeah, he was listed as limited. There's a
Taylor Lloyd's got
handful
a
of folks.
knee. Oh, my goodness. This is just Lavisca with an ankle, Ian Thomas with a calf, Xavier Woods with a thigh,
Hmm.
DJ Shark with an elbow. He's good. He'll play. Stephen Sullivan did not practice on Thursday today. Shoulder injury,
Right.
but he full practice on Wednesday. What's going on there?
I have no idea.
That caught my attention immediately.
That was pretty interesting.
Yeah, I'm glad I wasn't the only one to notice that. Um, and Bryce Young with a thigh injury. Oh
Yeah,
my God,
despite being a full participant, they did put him on the list with the thigh issue.
what in the world? Okay, half of these injuries that we're looking at came off of practice. Again, I want to reiterate that. And so last week I mentioned that the offensive line and the D line coaches both need to get on their A games and start teaching these guys some fundamentals. Now, at this point, I'm expecting to see some results because even David Tepper and his wife came out for that practice this morning.
Yeah, that's what the word was. Yep.
So, I mean, if David Tepper or any of his people are watching this stream, I greatly appreciate you and I'm humbled and I'm honored that you would pay attention to our small little stream, and what we have to say because we try to do our best to offer the best of solutions to help this organization. Again, it's your organization, and we like to try to help you take care of it, and bring it to its full potential to where we can get some wins.
Hmm.
So do what you will with our advice. Use it or toss it away. It's up to you. But you know, it is a little frustrating when we offer some really good advice and it doesn't get used. But again, it's your organization. You do what you want to do. You're in control. We're not in control. We're just people behind a mic. You know. So
Right.
I just want to remind people that that's who we are. We're just people behind a mic. We don't have control over this team. They're making the decisions. So for anybody that thinks, oh, the fans have more power than anybody in the front office, that's no, we don't.
That would be scary if that's the case.
Yeah, that's terrifying. I don't even want to begin to think about that. But whatever advice we can give, we are happy to do so. You know, um, and it comes with a grain of salt. Because when you watch all these podcasts, nobody really agrees on what is best for this organization and what to do. So we're really at odds and ends as far as trying to find solutions, but we're trying our best, and to help you out. Even if it's just a little thing like Troy Hill, that saved us temporarily, but it's little things, but we'll do our best. Um,
So, agreed. Definitely agreed. Um, they unfortunately don't. They didn't have a their main preview up on the Panthers website. So what I ended up doing
mhm.
was just going to NFL.com, and they had a pretty short, simple one. Um, the rankings that they have are just flat out offense, defense, passing, rushing. Um,
Mhm.
for the offense, Dallas is ranked seventh, Carolina ranked 32nd.
That sounds about right.
For defense, Dallas is ranked second, Carolina is ranked seventh. Um,
Do you think we're actually worthy of seventh at this point?
so to be honest,
I'd say top 15. I wouldn't say seventh, but top 15 is reasonable
I think
considering the talent that we have.
I think seven is a little too generous, mainly because we're lacking in takeaways.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that's really the only thing that one can argue why the rank is too
Hmm.
high, because we are lacking in takeaways.
Well, our run defense is not that great either.
That as well. That as well.
Yeah.
Um,
We made slight improvements to it in the last couple of weeks, but it's still trash.
right. Um,
And that's mostly because of technique. And again, that's what Tepper came out there for.
mhm.
So my thought process is okay. Everybody's been saying that Tepper doesn't know football. He's just going along for the ride, and he's just a head fund manager, right? Okay, then why was he out there watching the offensive and defensive line specifically on those drills?
Honestly, I mean,
That's
there's
a convincing argument as to why, I think Tepper does care about this team. He does care about his organization, but he just doesn't know what's best as far as how much he should meddle, what he should do, you know, what what's supposed to happen here, even if he does meddle, you know.
I
And there's a
mean,
difference between meddling, quote unquote meddling, and actually doing what you're supposed to do as an owner to try to fix your franchise. And I feel like this organization requires a little bit more hands on from an owner uh, than not at this point. Because yeah, if you consider Jerry Richardson never had to do that because he hired all the right people to do all that stuff. But when you don't hire all the right people, you have to get your hands dirty a little bit. So now he's out there at practices and looking at stuff and saying, okay, I see what these people are saying. The offensive and defensive line really need some help. Okay, Scott, you're up. What are you going to do about it? We signed a linebacker that was a former Atlanta Falcon. We made some changes on the offensive line. Okay, great. But here's the problem: Frank is still roadblocking you again. This man does not understand how to evaluate talent. And by the way, he said he evaluated Dak Prescott.
I did catch that.
I'm
His
like,
his
what?
rookie year. I think he mentioned it was like his rookie year. Like was checking
I
him
don't.
out or
I
something
don't
like that.
care. I
Yeah,
don't care about that.
I do remember hearing that mentioned.
I would love to see that scouting report because he has not been able to scout anybody on this team properly. Otherwise, he would handle this depth chart with absolute uh, care and love, like it should be treated as.
Hmm.
Because we're not seeing it. Okay, please explain to me why Throckmorton gets the start over Cade Mays, who's been here for 2 years and had the snaps and had the time to work. That is clearly better than Throckmorton. Please explain that one to me, Frank.
Which is okay. I'll say
And
this.
furthermore, please explain to me why we still have not signed Adrian Orwell, who is sitting on the free agent couch. Oh, and not to mention, we just cut Deontay Brown. Now, a lot of people are going to say, Deontay Brown's trash. Deontay Brown's this or Deontay Brown's that. How do you know unless you give him the reps? How do you know? Here's the problem: they didn't give him any in-game reps for regular season as a depth man. But has he had reps? Yes. In preseason, in training camp, yes. He's worked with the twos, he's worked with the threes as a left guard and a right guard. But knowing full well that this is an Alabama offensive lineman and had the potential to do something, you chose instead to put him on the practice squad. This is all Frank now. This
Hmm.
is not Scott. This is all Frank. He had nothing to do with this. So anyone blaming Scott, hold your horses.
So
Hold them high
here
because
here's
knowing full
oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
well we have an offensive line problem and we lack depth.
So
This is not acceptable.
here's my thing with that. Cuz here's the issue that I have. So yeah, I do believe that it would have been nice for Cade Mays to have been back in the lineup, especially considering, um, unfortunately lately, because you remember Cade Mays could also play center.
Yeah,
Bozeman
yeah.
Bozeman has kind of been struggling some. Um, now Deontay Brown, like, I mean,
Uh,
you know how.
I'm not ready to move Bozeman for Cade Mays yet.
Oh no, me
I
neither.
think Bozeman's okay.
No, me neither. Me neither. But I do notice there has been a little bit of a decline.
Yeah.
Now, Deontay Brown, I mean, like I said, lack of opportunities. Like, I don't really know what has to be done. But here's my thing on Throckmorton. Now, somebody that is a veteran, and like I said, I understand he might not be the best guy, which he's not. I
Mm-hmm.
get that. But the fact that this guy started 7 of these games and he doesn't
Did he
get them.
start 7 though?
Yeah,
Because
he
like
he did. He did. And the
no
thing
wonder we're having trouble over there.
and the thing is, instead of him getting demoted, he gets cut. That's not normal.
No, it's not. That's Frank again.
So that's one thing that was bothering me about that particular move. And it's not to say,
Mm-hmm.
the idea of giving others a
Mm-hmm.
shot isn't a bad idea, but it's the
Mm-hmm.
fact that he was starting for a while, and instead of, him getting demoted, like, okay, back of the line, whatnot, he gets cut. Like, that's been kind of messing with me. And I know some folks are going to be like, "Oh, it's just Calvin Throckmorton." I get it, but it's the fact that he went from starting 7 games to not injured to not demoted,
What's up,
but
Mr. Carolina?
flat
How
out
you doing, man?
cut.
And
What's going on, bro?
let me kind of
Hey,
get my
hey,
points in
hey,
on this
what's
because
good, bro?
let me get my points in on this because what was the round that we drafted Deontay Brown? When did we draft him?
Second.
Second.
All right, so you use a second round pick on an Alabama offensive tackle,
Hmm.
expecting him to do big things for you, and this
You
is
know,
where
Deontay, my bad.
Scott
Deontay Brown
Fitterer's
was
blame
undrafted.
comes in.
Wait, hold on. What was that, Mr. Carolina?
Deontay Brown was undrafted.
Oh,
Draft
undrafted. Okay,
Oh,
undrafted.
oh,
Undrafted.
okay. Yeah, he was undrafted. Actually,
No, he
six
was
pick, six round.
sixth round. Okay.
Yeah, there we go, sixth
Okay.
round.
Good.
sixth round. Sixth round. Okay, so technically this is garbage time in the draft. Sixth and seventh are garbage time. So to me, you're still getting an offensive tackle from Alabama. Why he was still available in the sixth, I don't know. Because this dude was supposed to go in the third. But my point is, you drafted an offensive tackle from Alabama expecting big things. You don't give him the reps that he needs. And this is where Scott Fitterer's blame comes in because yes, he did screw up and yeah, he takes the heat for this, but how does this man take the heat for it when you don't give him the reps, Frank? Here's my problem with that argument. You know, you don't give him the reps, and then you cut him off the practice squad after 2 years.
Oh yeah, did you hear
Why is
about?
this man not getting the reps he needs? And then you fill that roster spot with a tight end,
Did you hear about that,
which we
Mr.
have way
Carolina?
too many tight ends.
That Deontay Brown got cut.
Oh, yeah, I saw that one. I did see that one. Trust me, I get all the little Bleacher Report apps. I didn't see all that, and that's why I said I wanted to jump on yesterday, but I said I had a lot going on with that one. To me, um, it makes no
Knowing
sense
full well we
because
have offensive line problems, man,
I
that
see
just
that.
annoys me.
I see that, and it's like if you're going to out of all positions, and what I don't understand is how many tight ends do we need? Like
Exactly.
seriously, how
Thank
many
you.
how many do you need? That just makes zero sense. If you know you're struggling on the offensive line, this kid was rated
What
as
are
one
we
of the
even doing with
best.
these tight ends?
Nothing because we don't utilize them, and he was rated as one of the best offensive interior linemen coming out of high school and out of college.
Hmm.
The fact that you got him in the later rounds and the fact that you didn't develop him properly is a indication of the coaching staff not really coaching up the offensive line like you're supposed to.
Ding,
The
ding,
fact
ding,
that
ding.
the fact that we have damn near 10 tight ends on the team and we don't even utilize the tight ends in this offense is an indication of, again, direction of this coaching staff. So again, I
Yep.
was listening, and the funny thing, I was listening to, of course, like I said, I live here near DC,
Mm-hmm.
and the one thing that they were talking about as far as mock draft, and the one thing that I found interesting when
Mm-hmm.
they were talking was the way that Eric Bieniemy is utilizing Sam Howell's strengths. Not only that, is that they've gained in the last few weeks a cohesiveness, and that he sees what Sam Howell does best. He sees that Sam Howell may like to hold the ball a little bit longer, i.e., Bryce Young sometimes holds the ball a little bit longer. So he knows that the Washington Redskins, Commanders' offensive line is not the best. So he
Mm-hmm.
schemes to hide the deficiencies in their offensive line. That way,
Mhm.
Sam Howell, i.e., has more time. I.e., you know what he does? He throws it to the running back more. I.e., he throws it to his tight ends a little bit more, which
Yeah.
is a quarterback's best friend. Is if I when we had Christian McCaffrey, how many times, fellas, did we dump the ball to Christian McCaffrey out of the backfield? How many times did we exploit a mismatch with Christian McCaffrey and a linebacker? We are not utilizing those strengths in this scheme that Frank Wright has put into place, that Washington, the Commanders, and a lot of these teams are saying, you know what? A quarterback's best friend is a tight end. I've said that, y'all. Y'all have heard me say this
Mm-hmm.
several times on the
Yep.
show.
Absolutely.
A
Mm-hmm.
quarterback's best
Yep.
friend is a tight end. How many times are we not going to throw the ball to a Hayden Hurst, who we have on the books for another 2 years after this
Facts.
season?
Yep.
You have this man on the books. You're not utilizing.
I
Facts.
Why?
mean,
Because your scheme does not utilize the tight ends like they're supposed to. That is an indication of a head coach that's supposed to be an offensive minded head coach that a lot of y'all were fiending for. But again, when we go back to the glory days of said Cam Newton, of said whatever
Mhm.
quarterback you want to name,
yep.
they had a tight
Preach it.
end to throw the ball to. They had a running back coming out of the backfield, whether it was D'Angelo Williams, whether it was
Yep.
Jonathan Stewart,
Come on
whether it
with
was
it.
Christian McCaffrey. They
Yep.
had a running back that we can dump the ball to and say, do your thing. We had Mr. Reliable, a tight end to throw the ball to. Because if I can't get the
Mhm.
ball downfield, the quarterback's best friend is the middle of the field that I can
Yep.
throw and utilize my tight end. But
Mhm.
before I know y'all in the middle of a show, and I wanted to do this yesterday, so excuse me, fellas, if I'm getting off script. I got a short period of time. I got to do something with my wife here in a minute. When we
All right.
talked about the play calling here real quick, and I just have to get this event off my chest because I couldn't do it yesterday.
Go for it.
When we talk about the play calling, and I want everybody to just hear me correctly when I say this,
Mm-hmm.
and I want y'all to let's put on our hats here for a minute.
Okay.
Dating back, gentlemen, to last year, right?
Mm-hmm.
I want us to put this into perspective. Frank Wright is let me get my math right. 9, 11, 419 and
Oof.
if you
419.
date back to his last season,
Okay.
right, in Indy before he was fired, and yes, gentlemen, I am going to count the 3 preseason games.
Okay.
You are 419 and 1. My guy, why are you calling plays? We were 0-6 with you calling plays.
Thank you.
We were 0, excuse me, we were 0-9
Yep.
with you calling plays. 0-9. So you gave Thomas Brown less than a month to call plays in an offense that you installed.
Mm-hmm.
You installed this offense. You created this mess. So no, that's why I said I don't give kudos to Mr. Wright for falling on his sword when you were the one that drew the sword. You drew it.
Exactly.
You're not going to get any cookie points out of me, sir, for falling
Nope.
on your sword. I don't want Thomas Brown to be blamed. But you know what you just did, sir? You know what you did? That's like giving a kid a piece of candy. I'm going to give you this piece of candy, but after a few licks of it, I'm going to snatch it back out of your hand.
Yep.
because I'm going to follow the code.
Facts.
When you get that cavity in your mouth, I don't want nobody to blame you for it. I want them to blame me for that cavity that's in your mouth because I gave you this candy. All Frank Wright did
Facts.
was prove it. Like I said earlier, his ego is going to sink the ship of this organization. And he just proved my point. You gave that man 3 weeks. 3 weeks of your 4-19-1 record. You gave that man 3 weeks to call plays. You didn't change nothing on your offensive side. You didn't bring in any game changes.
Right.
You tried to make a trade, it didn't work. Surprise, surprise. Nobody wants to come to this dumpster fire because it sucks.
Right.
No offensive weapons wants to come here. So you said, Thomas Brown, thank you for your 3 weeks of service. I need you to take a back seat. I need you to go back up into the booth, twiddle your thumb. Did you see Thomas Brown's press conference today? Did you see how uncomfortable it looked?
Yep.
Did you see how uncomfortable it looked? He can't say what he wanted to say because as a man,
Right.
as a man, sir, you're going to have me come into this office when I know you try to played me like a fiddle.
Mm-hmm.
You gave me that. You got to be a little bit quicker than that. You got to be quicker than that. You gave me that. And at least under when I was calling plays, we may not have been scoring boatloads of points, but at least under my play calling, we actually won a game. Under your play calling, we're 0-9. So you snatched that little bit of hope out of my hands. So this is why I say, and I say with system esteem, I hope they fire your ass after this year, Frank, right? And I hope you listen to this shit. You was talking
Fire
about
him now.
Why
wait?
I know you
Why
sent me the
wait?
message. You sent me the message and I heard it. I hope they fire your ass. I hope you listen to me, David and Nicole Tepper. I hope they fire your ass after the Cowboys game because I know we're going to get drubbed. I hope they fire you because you're a terrible coach. You're a terrible coach. You are 4-19-1, sir. Your offensive pedigree sucks. Do not tell me you are a leader of men when you can't even get out of your own way to lead the men in this locker room. That's how I know Frank Wright has lost his locker room. He has lost his coaching staff. He has lost his organization. Because
miss me with that experience garbage.
Because he doesn't even believe in his own system.
Miss all of us with
if you did, that's why I said, if we're 3-3, if we're 4-2, heck, we're 6-0 going into the bye week. He does not make that coaching change. But because the fire was lit under his butt to say, you need to make a change. And he said, you know what, Thomas Brown, I'm going to do the noble. That's probably what he did. I'm going to do the noble thing, and I'm going to fall on this sword. You're a joke. You're a clown. That's what you are.
Facts.
That's why they got you out of Indy, because you didn't know what you were doing. He's a great coach. Great coach how? Great coach how? What did he do? He brought in this joke of a system that is so outdated, you could run it in Tecmo Bowl, the first edition on the Nintendo, and you probably could scheme it out. It's a joke. It didn't work the first time. Blow off the cartridge, stick it back in the Nintendo system. I'm gonna show my age here. That's how outdated this system is. And then you brought it here and thought it was going to work. I'm a straight facts, because I don't have much time. And
come on with it. Come on with it. Come on with it.
It was so stupid.
Bring on the heat.
You were 3-5-1 before they fired you. You were 0-3 in the preseason, my G, before we got into the regular season. You were 0-6 before you handed over the play calling to Thomas Brown. You gave that man 3 weeks to call plays. He won one game out of 3. And you expect him to make a change in the offseason where you didn't bring nobody in, nothing to help him out with, and all we do is run a 10-round curl and turn around. So now we got to watch another game where you're going to throw 15 motherfucking screens to start the game off? Are you kidding me? You're a joke of a head coach. You're a joke. You're a clown. I could figure out a high school team around my area to beat y'all right now because that's how bad your offense is. You're a joke. You're a freaking joke. And I hope you watch this. I really hope you watch this because your scheme is going to get us drubbed 35-0 to end the first half. Watch what I'm telling y'all, because Frank Wright does not know what he is doing because it's going to look that bad. You are hindering the growth of a young quarterback who is now questioning and second questioning himself because you know what? You didn't bring me any help. Oh, we have all these weapons. Oh, we believe in this guy. Oh, you do? You do? Then why are we not running the ball? Oh, we're going to pound the ball down people's throat, but we're not a running team. You contradicted yourself in your own statement within about 60 seconds, you idiot. You said we're going to run the ball down people's throats, but we're not a running team. What are you talking about? Do you hear yourself when you talk? Do you think about what you say before you say it? No, you don't. This is, again, the same coach that forgot that his best receiver should be your third down option receiver wasn't in the game, in the play on the game. Then you forgot the receiver before that had 9 catches. Oh, shit, I didn't put you in the game the week after that. What are you doing? What are you doing? Then you're about to accept the penalty and we're about to win the game. Are you dumb? Are you dumb? Are you slow? Is something off in your brain in these press conferences? Did you not take your medicine? Is it past your bedtime? Did the old folks home not call you? Is there something that I'm missing? because you don't know what you're doing. You came here on hope and a dream, and I swear to God, I don't wish nobody fired, but I hope you don't make it past the Dallas game. And I promise you, I will help pack your bags, pack your house up myself. I will make the drive down to Charlotte to get you up out of here because you do not belong in this organization. Matter of fact, take Scott Fitterer with you and take him back to Seattle because Scott Fitterer, I didn't even begin to get on you. You're an idiot. You're a joke. You're a clown
Woo!
show. And I hope I don't even hope the whole offensive staff. Scott Fitterer, you got to go. I'm gonna do a show on you later because I'm about to
He's
fire.
going
I'm gonna
in.
put some fire under your ass in a minute. Frank Wright, you gotta go. 4-19-1. Are you kidding me? But you deserve to call plays. You're not a head coach. David Tepper, you're an idiot too because you brought this clown show of a joke in here. You brought 2 jokes in here. You've had 4 coaches in 4 years. Don't give me that he has patience. You brought the idiot Matt Rule in here. You brought the idiot Frank Wright in here. We had the coach in the building
Drop
that
the
we should
mic.
have kept, but you didn't want to do that. We had the coach in
Drop
here
the
that
mic.
epitomized what we
Let's
wanted to do
go.
as an organization, and you let him go. You're a joke. You're an idiot. You're a clown. Just say you want to say because he didn't look
Woo!
like you, and I'm gonna call a spade a spade. He didn't look like you. You couldn't take him to the country club. You didn't want to hire Steve because of coach. There's a reason D'Amico Ryan said, "Hell no, I don't want to come here." There's a reason John Mayo said, "Hell no, you're a joke. I don't want to come here." There's a reason Ben Johnson said, "Hell no, you're a joke. I don't want to go there," because you're a sorry owner that doesn't know what he's doing. Sit your ass in the booth, mind your business, sit there, eat your popcorn, drink your little drink, and shut the hell up. And let people do what they're supposed to, what they're hired to do. You don't have no football knowledge. And it's clearly showing by how you're running this team because we are damn near 20 games under 500 since 2018, since you got here. You're a joke. You're a joke of an owner. I hope you watch this, and I want you to drive to Northern Virginia so I can say it to your face. You're a terrible owner. You brought nothing but media. We don't even know what nothing. You don't want mediocrity. We don't even know what mediocrity looks like. We're like below mediocrity. We're at poverty. We're at poverty. Mediocrity is here. Poverty is here. This is where we are since you've gotten here, sir. We are looking up at mediocrity. That's how bad this team has been since you've taken over this organization.
Yeah.
We are a literal joke of an organization. Thank you, David Tepper, for coming to this team. And it's clearly, I think your wife is actually owning the team. She's just spending your money to do it. Because if your wife is looking at offensive lineman drills, I think you're just a puppet head. You're a puppet head. Your wife, Nicole Tepper, is running the team. She's just spending your money to do it. That's why she's hugging up on all the players. She's spending your money to do it. I'm just saying, how big of a hug did she give Bryce Young? That hug
It was
looked
a bear
real,
hug.
it looked real good. She gave him a bear hug at his pro day. She gave him a nice bear hug when he got to Charlotte too. Why are you hugging? Do you see any other owners' wives hugging up on the players? I'm just saying though, looks kind of suspect. Not my business though. But again, you're not running this organization. You're a terrible owner. I'm going to say it again. We are damn near 30 games below 500 since you got here. Okay, you bought in Frank Wright. Frank Wright again, 4-19-1, dating back to when you got fired in Indy. We are not lighting the world on fire except for that one game in Seattle when we had to throw the ball over 50 times. Your game run is predictable. It's like finding Blue's Clues. We're going to run it. We're going to run it. Oh, I know the next clue is we're going to run it again. We just figured out Blue's Clues. That's what it is. That's when we say to make it make sense. Just
Not
make it
Blue's
make
Clues.
sense. Make it make sense. It's the Blues Clues. That's what it is. We're finding the clues here. Let me pick this up. Oh, there's a clue over there. Wait a minute. There's another one over there. Oh, wait a minute. Let's do a little dance with it too. We figured out what we're doing. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. You're half a moron. I've been wanting to say this yesterday. I've never been so mad as a fan in my life. I've never been so pissed off as a fan to watch Joe Kane's dad. Every time I see Joe Kane's dad, do you see if y'all seriously go look
My
at Frank
God.
Reich's press conference when he got here and look at his
He
press
aged
conference
10
now.
years.
He aged 60 years. Damn 10. He's aged 60 years since he's been here.
Oh yeah.
He looks like somebody needs to wheel him up to the press conference. That's what he looks like. Somebody pushes his wheelchair up there. He wants to sit up and he has a cane and wants to talk about football. And he's like, we're going to shut up, man. That's when somebody shut up. That's when somebody should say, shut up, go sit down. Matter of fact, where's your medication at? Somebody bring his inhaler pump. Do they roll you in here, Pops? Go sit down somewhere, man. The game has passed you by, and it's clear as day. You does not deserve to be here, and it's so as sad as it is. And again, I keep telling y'all this: the division did not get better. The division did not get better, but we
No,
somehow have gotten
sure did.
worse. Make it make sense. You can't because you brought in this terrible organization. Oh, we're going to run this show. You know what he said? Do y'all hear what he said? Oh, we're going to. Bryce feels more comfortable in the pistol, and we're just going to keep we're going to keep running that.
Go in
Why
on
don't
him.
why don't you put him under the center and run some play action? Oh, well, our offense just looks better in the.
Okay, Frank.
Frank,
Right.
you do realize
Sure it does.
you have to adapt, right? You realize
He
you
doesn't
have
know
to
what
put
that
him
word means.
in a position, and that's why I said it made me mad, fam. It made me mad listening to. That's what it's called 106.7 up in here, Virginia, and
Hmm.
I'm listening to them. They say, you know what Eric Bieniemy did? Another guy I wanted to come here. They said, like I said, they played to Sam Howell's strengths.
Hmm.
He played to his strengths. Again,
Mm-hmm.
Sam Howell, ladies and gentlemen, if we don't know, was a late round draft pick.
Yes,
Late
sir.
round draft pick.
Mm-hmm.
Washington's offensive line, because I get to watch them up here because I'm near DC, is not phenomenal. But you know what they did do? You know what they talked about? They made adjustments to protect their offensive line, which does not block that well. They played to Sam Howell's strengths to change up. They don't really they don't really run the ball on first down. You want to know why? Because it sets up a second and third and short. They throw the ball damn near every first down. Watch a Washington Commanders game.
Mm-hmm.
You want to know why? Because it helps out your quarterback. Do you know what they
Mm-hmm.
also do? Again, they utilize their running back, which also, since we had one of the greatest running backs, CMC, it helps out your quarterback because you know what? I can dump the ball off to my running back.
Mm-hmm.
Helps out. They also hold one of their tight ends in to help their sorry offensive line block better, which you know what? Gives the quarterback more time to throw the ball. Hey, Frank, you might want to pay attention to what other teams are doing to be successful and realize that you are 4-19-1
Take
and
notes,
what you're
Frank.
doing is not working. It is not working. So I say this with all sincerity, gentlemen. I say this as a Panther fan, been one since Jesus Christ. I was in middle school, and I'm not going to tell you my age, but I've been one since I was in middle school.
Okay.
This man has made me damn near want to pick up my 80-inch TV and throw it.
Ooh.
Literally
Ooh.
throw it out of my living room. Because every time I watch this team, it's I'm not even a drinker, and that's the funny part. Like I want to open up a liquor cabinet somewhere in my house, and I want to drink every time I see him throw a screen pass because it looks retarded and looks stupid because that's his MO. I can literally predict what he's going to do with the drink in my hand. I would be drunk by halftime if I predicted everything Frank Reich was going to do.
Mm.
I would be blitzed by halftime because it was
That's
predictable.
facts.
But it's the position that he has put it. It's
Oh.
the position David Tepper has put us in. It's the position Scott Fitterer has put it in, was in with these trades. It's the position that Frank Wright has put us in that makes me, like I said, I wanted to literally vent in frustration and go off yesterday, but I had other things that I needed to do. But like I said, I had to jump on here real quick because I needed to get that off of my chest because I know other fans are feeling the frustration of what is going on with this team. And it's okay to be frustrated. Don't tell us to be patient anymore. I'm so sick of being patient. I'm patient with our
Yeah, we're
quarterback.
done being patient.
The quarterback I have patience for.
Same.
Cool,
Right.
you're a rookie. I have patience for
Yep.
that. I don't have patience for stupid owners. I don't have patience for stupid general managers. I don't have patience for stupid coaches. Again, it'd be one thing to lose and have fun and be exciting losing. And the one thing that we do not have with somebody, I think we pointed this out the other day. We've been through a season like this, right? We've been through bad seasons.
Oh yeah.
But you know what we did have? We had a first round pick the following season. The season that we sucked, back in the day, the year after that, we got Julius Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Yep.
Ooh, it made losing worth it.
Hmm.
Ooh,
Mm-hmm.
the other year when we had to sit through Jimmy Clausen, Jesus Christ, that was
Ooh.
painful.
Cool.
Oh yeah. That
It was
was.
like playing. Y'all ever played Hail Mary? That's what Jimmy Clausen looked like. It was like Hail Mary. Let me just throw the ball up and somebody please catch it. Or was it 500? It was like 500. You're throwing the ball up and you're calling out a number. That's what it looked like. He was just throwing the ball up and it looked stupid.
It was
But guess
so
what?
bad.
The year after that, we got Cam
Cam.
Newton. We got
Whoa,
Cam.
Cam.
This year,
Mm-hmm.
we have nothing to look forward to in the first round. Now, Scott Fitterer, that's on you because you gave away one of the greatest running backs in this era for nothing. Christian McCaffrey should have won for at least 2 first-round draft picks. At least. Why?
At
Because he's a
least.
dynamic
Agreed.
running back and receiver. He does everything as he's still doing in San Francisco. And what did we get? What what did we get? Oh, that's right. We got a few second round draft picks and a few late round draft picks. Congratulations. You played yourself. That man was a top 10 draft pick for a reason. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? But we got nothing. So these are decisions that when you're too in tune with if you're not in tune with your organization, if you're not in tune with what's going on, and I'm gonna put this to you, gentlemen. I said, now I'm gonna get up out of here real quick. It's like you're running a business, right? You're running a business, and your
Mhm.
employees love a certain manager
Okay.
because every time they see his car in the parking lot, or they're pulling up to work and they see his or her car sitting there, they're like, you know what? The organization and the business runs so much better when this person is in the building
Mhm.
because the employees know they respect him, they want to work for him or her, and they want to do their very best to make sure that manager keeps their job.
Mhm.
These players, your players, David and Nicole Tepper, Scott Fitterer, told you who they wanted to play for. So it behoove you, if you're a smart businessman like you say you are, let me listen to my players that said, you know what? The idiot that I brought in here that players didn't want to play for. But the guy that was here in our glory days of keep pounding, the guy that was here when we went to the Super Bowl, the guy that was here when our defense was wrecking havoc on folks, when we had the Luke Kuechly and the Thomas Davises and the Kirk Coleman and the Josh Norms, the guy that was here when our team was humming. Let's keep him in the building because my players that I paid, that put the people in the stands that they want to see, want this guy to come back. And you know what happened, gentlemen? You know what happened, y'all listening? This is what happening when you as an owner think you know more than the people that have actually played this game and coached this game longer than you have. Just because you have money doesn't mean you should spend money. Let that sink in. Just because you have some money doesn't mean you should spend some money. Just because you have the opportunity to buy a team doesn't mean you should own a team. David Tepper is a prime example. Just because I have the money to own a team doesn't mean I should. Because the gentleman that should already be here is gone, and your players are showing you we don't want to play for this idiot. Mark my words, I promise y'all to God, the team is already showing you they don't want to play for Frank Reich. Just like a team that only won 5 games did not want to play for Matt Rule. Your same team went out and busted their ass for Steve Wilks. The same team that didn't win more than 5 games shows you who they would play for. So again,
Mhm.
behoove you. Like I said, the manager of a store. If I know my employees show better protection when this manager in the store, why the hell would I fire him or let them get out of the building and go to another company? It would be a smart business decision to let that man stay in this building. But again, this is how this organization is being ran. It's being ran by people that have money that are making bad football decisions. Jerry Richardson, call him what you may. He stayed out of the way and let his personnel draft, coach, develop. That is why we were successful during those years. Now, what he did off the field, not my business. You're a grown man. You got to answer to God for that on Judgment Day. It's not my business. But he let them do what you paid them to do. Since David Tepper has come in here and try to get rid of the keep pounding ways, look how far back we have come as an organization. We have fallen out of the football God's graces. There's a reason, because you don't know what you're doing, Mr. Tepper. Please, for God's sake, if you're going to bring somebody in, you don't need to be hands-on. Look at Dallas. Jerry Jones, stop being hands-on. He backed up. They've had a little success. Look at the guy Daniel Snyder here in Washington. Stop being hands-on. Back up. The guy in New England, we don't need you down here, sir. Go back up into the booth. We got it. Frank Reich, to me, is not going to survive. If he survives this year, I'll be shocked. If we get drubbed like I'm feeling we're going to do in Dallas, don't let him. That's a home game, right?
Yes, that's a home game.
Yep.
Hmm.
Pack his bags after that game.
He should have been gone after the Chicago game.
Clean his office out. And again, that's the part. We lost to a team that was playing a guy that was undrafted out of a Division II school. Because you know why, Frank? That's your offense. You can try to throw the blame on Thomas Brown. That's your offense that you brought over from Indy. And you tried to throw the blame. And that's what I said. You throw the blame on Thomas Brown. And as a man, again, as you look at Thomas Brown's face, you can see the hurt and anger in his face, but you can't say what you want to say because you realize you still have to have a job and be in that building. He has lost respect of his coaches. Y'all think I'm playing, but I'm really not.
Ah, bring
Frank
it.
Wright has lost the respect of his coaches and players in that locker room. They're not going to tell us that,
Right.
but you can see it in the player's body language. You can see it
True.
in. I want y'all to do something for me on Sunday. And I know Jay, you said you got to go to a wedding, so that's awesome, brother. Be safe, have fun.
We'll do.
But y'all watch this. When you DVR, and I know when you watch it, Corey, when you watch it, I'm gonna text you too. Watch the coaching staff's body language on the sideline during that game. Watch what I tell you.
Extra
Will do.
focus on the coaching staff. Okay.
Watch the body language. When a bad play happens, because they're going to happen, when he calls the play and we're looking, because we know at 15 seconds that headset goes off in Bryce Young's helmet. So now when you see him looking over like, and we're like, hurry up and get the play off. This is what Frank Wright does. Watch the player body language, watch the coach's body language. I guarantee you, a lot of folks going to be cutting their eye at him like, look at this shit. I'm pumped, y'all. I have been on a team where I have looked at my head coach or somebody. I'm like, look at this shit. Are you serious? I've looked at teammates like he really just called that play. Oh my God, this shit ain't gonna work. This ain't gonna work. But we gonna run it anyway. I'm not even kidding. I've been in the huddle where we looked at each other like,
That's a fact, man.
what did he do? Are you sure?
Hey,
So
they kept running round right 22 trap. That's our bread and butter play.
Call it again. Call it again. I know it didn't get in the yards. Call it again. Run it again.
I
Frank,
called for a run, not a pass.
Frank, what are we doing? What are we doing? What do again? It didn't get in the yards the first 7 times. Okay, do it again.
I don't care. I want
Do it
round
again.
right
Do it again.
22
I
trap.
want it done again.
And they're gonna look at each other in the huddle like he's doing it again. He's doing it again.
Coach,
Right.
it's 4th and 12. I want round right 22 trap.
It's going to work this time. It's going to work. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. You're a moron. You're an idiot. Stop it. Nothing's going to get better into the offseason. So, as a Panthers fan, we do this for y'all. We do this because we love y'all. We do this because we are passionate about this team. But in all reality, if you look at our schedule, and gentlemen, let's keep it $150. If you look at our schedule, we may win 3 games if we are lucky. We may win 3 games.
You're being pretty
Playing
generous.
like this, yeah. I agree.
And you're right, Jay. That is being generous. We may win 3 games, but I doubt that one
Yeah.
because the way that he's calling plays, and that's why I said what you don't do as a head coach, what you don't do as a coordinator, is you have one voice in Bryce Young's ear. You take that voice away. You don't do this to a rookie quarterback. Then you put another voice in his ear. Then you take that voice away. Then you put that same voice that wasn't working the first time back in his ear. You don't do that to a rookie quarterback. It has never, ever worked in the history of football. You keep changing the voice that he's
For
hearing
what
in his
reason?
ear because he's an idiot. They
Ugh.
keep talking about this. That's how you stun a young quarterback's development because he got used to what Frank Reich likes to call on third down. Then it's okay. I got used to that voice. Now I got used to what Thomas Brown likes to do on third down. Now wait a minute. Now I got to get used back to your voice again because you're probably going to change things up. And now technically this is still the same second play call, but now technically it's his third play call because watch Frank Wright try to change it up during the middle of the season, and now you're going to confuse the quarterback because remember we had the playbook open.
Mm-hmm.
They condensed the playbook. Are we
Expect
going
some
to condense the
timeouts
playbook?
because of delay of games. Because
Are we
he's
going to condense the
confused.
play? Yeah, are we going to condense the playbook even more?
Mm.
Like
Yeah.
what are we doing?
We're gonna
Make
waste
it make
timeouts.
sense. Make it make sense. You can't make this make sense. Yes, just make it make sense. It's not going to make sense. It's not going to make sense because it's going to look crazy. It's going to look crazy. It's going to aggravate people. So I hope, Jason, you're sparing yourself. You're sparing yourself because you don't have to watch this monstrosity of ass whooping that we're going to get on Sunday because
That's a
my
fact.
homeboy's probably coming over because he's a Cowboys fan. So I'm going to have a few drinks with him, a few
Okay.
few dark drinks. I'm gonna put a lot of ice in it. So if y'all see me tilted to the side when we do this recap after the game, there's a reason. Because I'm
Oh
probably be
yeah.
lit. Because I'm probably gonna be mad, and I'm just gonna let y'all know right now. It might be the most just non-energetic show after a loss because I'm probably just gonna sit here like this and look at y'all and be like, okay,
Mm.
we just watched. What was the score? 70-0. Y'all thought the Dolphins score was bad. I really hope that Dallas is not coming here and beat our on Sunday to the point where Hey, you know how many times I've heard people say they turned off the game at halftime because we're getting beat so bad.
Oof.
Like it's just like
Ooh.
it's just this is boring. I'd rather go watch paint dry.
Mm.
Mm.
That's how bad we look. But with that one, gentlemen, this it's I look forward to I don't look forward to Sunday. I look forward to the recap because I look forward to Bleacher Report saying breaking news: the Panthers have da 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 da. And I really hope that a couple names, if not the name, behind that da 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 da, is Joe Kane's dad.
Mm.
I really hope after Sunday, after his play calling doesn't work
They better
again,
start with him.
you have to start with the head coach that you brought
It
in
has
here.
to go.
Mm.
That'd be 420-1 after Sunday.
That name has to go first, y'all.
You got to go. And then
Gotta go.
Scott Fitterer, you're next. You should be next because you cost us a first round draft pick. That again, let this sink in, ladies and gentlemen. We are helping Chicago draft
Yeah.
first overall.
Because of the losses. Yeah.
Mhm.
We're helping Chicago. That's why they can come into our community and laugh at us because we're helping them. That is why you know what say we always had we had a game in high. I remember in
We are
high
dumber than
school
Chicago.
we had
Let that sink
clearly
in.
we had games in high school, we had games in college, and we had games in semi-pro. We called them get right games. That if we were not playing good, that's a get right game. We were like, oh, okay, oh, we see them.
We did a
That's
get
a get
right season.
that's a get right
Seriously.
game. We already know oh, they're on the schedule. That's a win. Teams are looking at us saying, that's a win. We already know they can't score, and it's a
We are
sad
raw
part
meat
because
to them in the
we're, we're,
jungle.
we're fresh meat because when you have your cornerbacks that can play flat-footed because they know that our offense is they don't have to fear nothing from our offense. and that they literally can just jam the receivers because they know we're not going to run any type of crossing routes, anything really to get the receivers open. They're just sitting flat-footed because they're like, this is a win. You
Yep.
have an issue as an offense that you need to address ASAP. And until you do, we're going to keep getting our ass kicked. We're going to keep looking bad, and we're going to keep scoring about 13 to 15 points a game. Fix it.
If that.
Yeah.
If that. And again, if homeboy didn't score that punt return, we would have had 6 points.
Yep. The two
Mhm.
field
It's
goals.
that
Yeah.
bad. But with that
Mhm.
one, I said I had to come on here and jump over my brothers real quick. I got to go do some things with the missus and make sure she's okay. But I had to get that off my chest real quick. I meant to do that the other day, but I'll see y'all. My brother Jay, enjoy the wedding on Sunday. Many blessings to the family. My brother
Mhm.
Corey,
Appreciate it.
I get your message all the time. I be at work though, so I'll be listening to him while I'm at work. I say can't respond all the time, but Sunday,
It's all good.
have a bunch of adult beverages. I know I am. I'm going to have not a victory cigar, but a are we doing cigar?
Mhm.
Um, that's what I'm going to call it, and I'm going to enjoy um, whatever mediocrity that I'm gonna be looking at on Sunday. So with that, my brothers, y'all be blessed, nothing but love, and I'll holler at y'all on the next episode.
All righty,
Sounds
Mr.
good,
Carolina.
man.
Take care. We'll see you
All right,
soon.
peace.
Appreciate you, man.
Yes, sir.
I must go ahead and say that Mr.
That's hard to follow up on right there.
Mr. Carolina, uh y'all want to know exactly like a physical representation of a flamethrower? Mr. Carolina just demonstrated that because he spat nothing but straight fire that entire rant.
My goodness.
Like if that's not the definition of a flamethrower, bro, I don't know what else is.
I'm with you on that. Neither one of us expected to come in with uh, like
I
on
can't I
fire
can't
like that.
compete with that. I can't.
Yeah, I got nothing either.
Whoo.
That's wow.
Okay, let's kind of
Oh,
let's kind
ooh,
of regather ourselves here.
right,
Do some
right.
stretches.
Yeah.
Do some stretches. Okay. Uh, um, where were we again? Uh, okay. Oh, I got comments. I got YouTube comments. Okay.
Oh my gosh. Yes. Yes.
Oh man. Damian Hernandez, welcome to the stream. Mr. Gemini, welcome to the stream. So sorry, we're late catching up on the comments.
Appreciate y'all.
Let's see. Um, he says, don't know how he scouted Bryce because he didn't participate in the combines at all. I think we were actually talking about Dak. We were talking about Dak. When he claims to have scouted Dak, which I don't know how accurate that is.
Yeah, I
Um,
don't either.
y'all would have had a better coaching in Gannon than Frank. Well, I mean, Rich Gannon was a much
Mm,
better quarterback.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um, said, dang, not Tecmo Ball on the Nintendo. Yes, Tecmo Ball on the Nintendo. Yes. Um, Mr. Gemini says, why was Nicole Tepper, Dom Capers, etc. all watching the O line and D line like who does that? Freaking clown show. Getting a
Hold up.
Oh, you want this,
Sometimes you
Corey?
got sometimes you got to get involved when your head coach doesn't do his job right. And I mean, it shows me that he actually does at least care about this organization a little bit, enough to go out there and check these guys out. But, you know, it's too little too late. As far as I'm concerned, these coaches should have already been doing that and evaluating these guys properly and getting this job done themselves. That's my problem with this, and I appreciate Mr. Tepper and Mrs. Tepper for coming out to the practice and showing that love and showing that interest and trying to figure out what's going on here. You know, I do appreciate that because he's not just going to be an owner that just sits back and is just like, oh, well, you guys just do whatever you do. If we suck, we suck. If we win, we win. I just want dollars in my pocket. You know, he's not that type of owner. He actually does want to see some type of progress. He wants to see some type of wins.
Right.
And that showed me that. And all I needed was a little bit of effort there, and he showed it. And I'm like, okay, cool. Now I understand who you are, Mr. Tepper. Thank you.
Hmm.
That shed a little bit of light on who you are, because everybody is out here saying all kinds of junk about you, saying, "Oh, you're just an owner that's just worried about money and blah 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 blah," including Mr. Carolina. You just heard him say that, you know. But respectfully, he isn't. He just showed you that. So, uh, with that being said, he's going to have some meetings with some people, and we're going to see what we can get done. You know, and at this point, you have to be hands on. There's no
Yeah.
choice. Frank has forced that due to his own incompetence as a head coach at this point. And I'm not saying the man isn't smart on the street and isn't competent in some other way, but football wise, he's completely incompetent. Okay? He's proven it several times over. You don't need any more evidence to prove otherwise at this point. I've already just shown you another example today where he just screwed up our depth chart. He's been screwing up our depth chart. This is the same man since preseason game 1 that decided, oh, let's put in Cameron Irving and Michael Jordan in with the ones. Like, you idiot. Why? Why? Knowing full well that they are trash. This was the first sign that we've seen of him screwing up the depth chart. And it continued all the way up until now to where it's costing us games and depth. I mean, what more can I say? Frank is the problem right now. And Frank, you ought to be on the streets, bro. Let me say this as clearly as I can. When you decided to take that play calling back from Thomas Brown, you
Uh-oh.
basically said, I'm actually bucking against the owner. I'm bucking against the owner's wishes. Because David Tepper literally told you that if you did not give up the play calling, you would lose your job. Point blank. He told you that. You decided after 3 weeks of, even after we got a win during those 3 weeks, now you're deciding, we're going to take that play calling back and confuse our quarterback even further. For what reason would you have to buck against your owner, knowing your job is in jeopardy, sir? You just dug your own grave. Now you got to lie in it. Because we're not beating the Cowboys. If anybody, everybody's figured out the fact that we have no shot against the Cowboys except for Frank. Everybody's figured it out except for this man right here, who says, "Oh, well, we don't know what'll happen. You never know what'll happen." Like, you idiot. Like, look,
Yeah.
we're talking about a Cowboys team that put up 40 points against the Rams.
Yeah.
In what parallel universe do you think we have any shot against the Cowboys? In what parallel universe?
Mr.
It
Gemini.
just pisses me off to no end. If
Yeah.
I'm Mr. Tepper, I'm going, there's no way. Pack your bags. As soon as I hear that coming out of that man's mouth from the podium after I just said what I said 3 weeks ago, I'd say pack your bags immediately. You're gone.
Yeah.
You don't test the owner. You don't test the man with the money that is running this franchise. It never ends well for you. It never will.
So, Mr. Gemini was saying, and Bryce is on the injury list with a thigh injury. Yes, that's correct.
Oh God,
Damien
you
says
did that to yourself, Frank.
Damien said we appreciate y'all. We appreciate you too, Damien. Thank you. Always good having you. Um, Mr. Gemini said Mr. Carolina spit nothing but facts. Fact. Um, says the players probably thinking like this man doesn't know what he's doing and they're not going to trust the play calling. Facts. Uh,
Yeah,
Da- Damien says, question. Say if y'all kept that first round draft pick, who would y'all wanted in this draft class with that pick?
I haven't gotten a chance to look at the
Now,
players available in this draft yet.
are is he talking? Damien, are you talking about the upcoming? Oh, the upcoming draft.
Upcoming draft, yep. I
So
haven't gotten a chance to look at them yet. Give
my
me a little
guess,
time, and then I'll be able to answer that one.
my, if you ask me, probably is
Come back to
either
me with that question next week.
is probably for me. I'm thinking it's probably either going to end up being a wide receiver, cornerback, or a linebacker.
I would prefer a corner to start out because our corner depth chart is so bad, or an offensive lineman. Because again, we're in this position again. It was the same two positions last year, and we still didn't solve the problem.
Right?
So I mean, don't wait. Pick up somebody. You know, we got Zavala, and I'll grant you that, but we waited. Here's the problem with that: all the all the top grade offensive linemen are gone after round 3, ladies and gentlemen. And there was only 1 year where that was an exception, and that was where we got Brady Christensen in the 4th. I don't know how the heck that man was still there. And Deontay Brown as well. After that, I don't know. We got lucky, but that's an irregularity. You know, if you want a top grade offensive lineman, you got to draft him in rounds 1 through 3. Period. Point blank. Period. You cannot wait. They will be gone. Same with corners, I believe. Not corners, but oh shoot, quarterbacks definitely. Quarterbacks definitely. But corners you can kind of sit on till like 3 or 4, and typically they'll be there. Uh, it just depends on the trends. The last 3 or 4 years have been really weird. So I mean,
Yeah,
I've
this is
seen some
true.
strange things in the last 3 or 4 years that I haven't seen before, and I focus my efforts on patterns and what I see from the past, what I see now. You know what teams need. There's a lot of different factors, and I see the whole picture, and then I base what we look for out of that. You know, based on what we need. So, uh, I think we pretty much all agree on what we need, which is definitely offensive line, corner, linebacker, another pass rusher. Definitely agreed on that. Um, but and I would argue a defensive tackle
Okay.
because our run stopping is it's just a joke. Here's
It
the thing
is.
with defensive tackle that we brought in like proven veterans, you know, and they haven't gotten it done. So I mean, I'm I've got a lot of questions at defensive tackle there that I'm just like, what do we do now? And at this point, you start looking at coaching because if these guys are not doing the things that they're supposed to be doing, fundamentals wise, football, uh, intelligence wise, and footwork wise, hands wise, getting off of blocks, that's on coaching. You got to
Right.
teach these guys, even at the NFL level. You can't just let them sit there and just go, oh well, I guess these guys will learn on their own, like Matt Rule did. You can't do that. These guys have to be taught this stuff. Even after like 2 or 3 years, you know, muscle memory is a thing.
Yep.
Guys, come on. At
This is
the NFL level, muscle memory is a thing. and none of these players will deny that have been former players in the NFL. They'll be the first to tell you, as a matter of fact.
Mm-hmm. Good point. Good point.
So
Mr. Gemini says he would go with an offensive lineman or premier strong big running back.
I feel like we could get a running back off the free agent market. And I mean, that's a 50-50 shot because I don't know who's going to be available. But I would look at the free agent market before you go looking for a draftee on that. We got bigger issues right now than running back. But we have got to have an offensive lineman. We have got to have a corner. That's first two picks automatically. That's non-negotiable. I don't care what else is on the board.
Mm-hmm.
I do not care. It could be another Isaiah Simmons for all I care. You're not going for another one of those. You're going for an offensive lineman or a corner. Period.
Mm-hmm.
Because we have had count them 7 chances, 7 to fix this quarterback room. 7. And we haven't done it.
So some extra emphasis on the
That
cornerback
really makes me
position.
mad.
Gotcha.
That really makes me mad because I've been pushing corner position for the entire year. And I'm sitting there going, okay, okay. There goes Bradbury. There goes Josh Norman.
Oh,
There
snap.
goes all these good pieces.
Y'all, there's something hot going on. So I'm seeing posts about potentially the idea of the Cleveland Browns pursuing Cam Newton.
Whoa. Well, Watson's out for the
Yo.
year.
Yo. Not to
Watson's out
mention,
for the year.
word is Cam was spotted at the Boston Logan International Airport booking a flight to Cleveland.
Oh, snap.
Wait a minute. That can't be him. That doesn't even look like him. Nah, that can't be him. No way. No way. But I'm seeing all sorts of posts on social media about the idea that, being that Deshaun Watson's out for the season, right now all they have is PJ Walker and Dorian Thompson Robinson, that they may consider Cam Newton. Wowzers.
Wow.
I mean, I mean, but he's not going to play for peas and carrots. He's not going to play for peanuts. So, I mean,
No. He already turned down the Jets, didn't he? He already turned down the
yeah.
Jets.
So, and the thing is, the Browns are 6-3. They have a chance to keep their season going. They're 6-3 right now. So, I mean, I'm not quite sure that PJ Walker can rescue their season or help rescue their season, but I mean, I really don't know how quickly up to speed they could get Cam. That's the only thing.
Yeah, I don't know what type of offense they're running up in Cleveland, and I would venture to say RPO because that's his system.
Right.
Um,
And this is week
but
11. So,
that's Watson's MO as well, is the
right.
RPO. So it shouldn't take him that long to get a hold of it and figure it out.
Um,
Um, Also, I've heard that we're trying to run the old Alabama offense that Bryce Young came from in the NFL.
right.
That's word from the brass in Charlotte. So, um, how do you feel about that, Blitz?
I mean, i- if the whole idea is, trying to cater to things around Bryce, I mean, it is what it is, but at the same time, like,
Mm-hmm.
they still have to do their part.
Right.
That's really what it comes down to. That's really what it comes down to. Um, oh, David Screws, welcome to the stream.
What's up,
Um,
David?
he says, "Sup guys? Not if he loses, Frank is toast. Not good buttered toast, but burnt toast with a hard crunch. Facts."
Nice.
Um,
Nice one.
Damien says, "Y'all could always get Saquon Barkley. I don't see him staying with the Giants." Here's my thing. I like Saquon, but he doesn't stay. He can't stay healthy.
That's true.
But I do like Saquon Barkley. I do, but he cannot stay healthy. Um, Damien also says, speaking of Browns, have y'all seen the video of RG3 requesting Browns to hire him? What?
Ooh,
Really?
no.
RG3?
I did not see that. No. As
RG3,
what? An
Robert
offensive
Griffin the.
coordinator or a quarterbacks coach? As what? Exactly.
I mean, we know he played there in 2016,
True.
which, I mean, 2016,
Commanders will take him.
he didn't do too well in 2016, but
Commanders won't take him, so of course he's going to the Browns where he played as well. That makes sense. As far as the Alabama offense, I do like the idea of it, but the fact is, again, it's college.
yeah.
It's college level. Now, I can see offenses like Alabama and Clemson's RPO being successful in the NFL. They tried putting Chip Kelly's offense in the NFL from Oregon, where he was racking up God knows how many yards for Oregon. That didn't work. So,
Right.
I mean, it's hit or miss. It depends on what players you have, what players you bring in. There's a lot of different factors.
Hmm.
How good is your offensive line? You know, can you effectively run it in the NFL?
Yeah, that's really what it comes down to.
I mean, yes and no. And the reason I say yes is because there are players out there that you can bring in to run it. The problem is, are they available? Will they be willing to come here? For how much? And it just raises a whole rabbit hole's worth of questions that you don't want to answer as a GM, Scott.
Mr.
So, I mean,
Oh no, you good, David. You're good.
yeah,
Um,
you're good, man.
Mr. Gemini said, doesn't want doesn't want Bill O'Brien. Huh, fair, fair. Um, David says Rashad said Frank is trying to save Thomas Brown's career from a sinking ship. Frank, you're the whole problem. You're not only making Thomas look bad, you're making all these talented coaches look bad. Yeah.
Yeah, man. I mean, you're not trying to save Thomas Brown's job in his career. Man, miss me with that garbage. Miss me with the garbage about your experience as well, because we all know you have none. You're a product of every system you've been in, Frank. Miss me with that.
Yeah.
I'm tired of it, man. You're just trying to save your own butt, and it's not going to work because everybody's seeing through the curtain, bro. Everybody.
Uh, Damien says, oh, he's saying RG3 as a backup quarterback because he says he inspired and mentored Lamar Jackson to be great, so he could do the same for Watson. I mean, Watson's out for the season, so I would think that would mean he would have to step in. But I mean, eh.
Tired.
When was the last
I'm
time
good though.
RG3 played?
It's been a while.
2020. He played
2020.
He played in 4 games, started in 1 game.
Hmm.
2020 with Baltimore, a game he lost, but didn't have any touchdowns and threw 2 interceptions. So I mean, uh, I, I mm, mm, I'd rather they take more of a chance on Cam than RG3. That's just me personally. That's just me personally.
Yeah.
Um. Oh. Uh. Mr. Gemini said,
Yeah.
feel? How do y'all feel about the march on Mint being canceled? Uh,
Okay.
you wanna get this one? Want to get this one?
Yeah. I've been paying attention to this, and this is Rashad from PNP that started this march. So I just want to make sure that's clear, that everybody knows it's him. Um, and I actually did reach out to him with a tweet on a reply on Twitter about something, but that I'll get into later. But here's my thing, and I don't want to spoil it, but I honestly do believe that yes, Tepper does share a good chunk of the blame here, but Frank is the reason we should be marching. Frank is the reason. And look, Mr. Tepper today just showed us that he cares about this organization. He wants to make it right. He has a track record of firing coaches mid-season, to
Hmm.
show that he actually does want to try to save these seasons. He's showing up at practices. You know, he's doing his best to to get his hands involved when he needs to, but only when he needs to. You know what I'm saying? Like he doesn't want to have to do that. But the thing is, it's a catch-22 because he's been hiring these dumb coaches that have no business being in the NFL. So, like I say, yes, he does share some of the blame. But Frank is the problem, and he showed it multiple times why this man should not be in Carolina. He has pissed off every single Panthers fan in the nation so far that I know of, and I just don't understand how this man still has a job. You just went against your owner, and you still have a job. How?
Hmm.
How? So yes, I do blame Tepper to a degree. I do, but I am willing to give Tepper one more chance if, and only if, he fires Frank.
Oh,
If.
David just posted the march is happening during the last game of the season versus the Bucks.
That's correct. Yep.
Okay.
I heard about that earlier too.
Interesting. Okay. Hmm.
Yep.
Interesting.
And my thing is, it's too late. If we were going to march, we should have done it way before this. We should have done it during bye week.
During the bye week.
Yeah.
Okay.
I get it. There's a kid, there's, what was it, a kids football thing going on during the stadium, and you didn't want to interfere
Yeah.
with that.
I think it was like a kids
Yeah,
charity
charity
event,
kids
something like
event or
that.
something like that. I get it. You don't want to mess with that.
Right.
That would not be a good look.
Right.
Secondly, I watched the stream where Rashad kind of explained that, and he was talking about all the legal obligations and stuff you would have to go through. You'd need Charlotte police and all that stuff, just to make
Oh,
sure.
that and a
There's a
permit,
whole
I
bunch of
think.
legal liability stuff, and somebody had reached out to him about that, and told him the whole 9 yards of that, and they had a good conversation about that. So I said, okay, yeah, that makes sense. All these planned protests, you got to have all that stuff going on because it only takes one person to get out of hand, and then he's legally liable. He's got a family to look after and everything else, So I get it. He's got to pay bills, no problem. But my whole thing about this march is, what are we actually trying to accomplish here? Because we as a fan base can't agree on what we're actually marching for. You want all the YouTubers out there, but not everybody agrees with what you're marching for. Some people think we should march just specifically against Dave Gettleman. Some people think we should march specifically against David Tepper only. Some people think it's Frank only. Some people are combining two or three. And nobody can get on the same page here. So, I mean, again, what are you expecting to change? You only plan these things if you're planning to get something changed. What do you think is going to change? Nothing. Unfortunately, nothing, because Tepper still holds the reins. He's got the money. He has all the power. He's not going to. Look, guys, the real change you should be expecting is Frank getting fired.
Mm-hmm.
That's for starters. Now, here's my argument against Frank, and I've got a whole list of why Frank needs to go and why he is the main roadblock here. This man is putting training wheels on a mountain bike right now, and we're trying to go up Mount Everest and try to get over it. And it just gets to be a harder and harder climb because Frank decides, oh, no, we still need these training wheels. We make a little bit of progress, and Frank just goes, no, we still need these training wheels. We still need these training wheels. For what reason? What reason,
So,
Frank?
so I definitely wanted to touch on that. Quick comment from David. He's cool with the idea of last game of the season. And can it be like Christmas Vacation scene where they kidnap Tepper? Oh man. Perhaps. But I don't
Ready?
know if we want
Oh,
to get in
God.
trouble. But I wanted to touch on just the
Yeah.
fact that Frank Wright went as far, and I know you and I we talked about this a good bit back and forth
Mm-hmm.
through Messenger, but
Mm-hmm.
just the fact of going that far to get back the play calling duties. I mean, one, it's definitely clear this is a last ditch desperation move to
Frank,
save his
you are
job.
a liar.
To save his job.
You are a liar, Frank. Oh,
Now,
you're not gonna meddle in Thomas Brown's offense, man. Baloney.
but see, the ultimate thing this comes down to, with all of this going on, I just have to know, why the heck was Thomas Brown brought here in the first place?
Thank you. If you're not gonna give him play calling duties, why is he here?
That's what I
Is he
want to
here
know.
just to be a water boy? Is he here just to wear the
Because,
mascot costume for a week or two and then just sit on his hands? Why?
yeah, and it's like I've said before, and shout out to
Ridiculous.
99.9 in the fam. Typically, offensive coordinators, the next level up for them, they tend to be head coaches. Maybe a little quicker than defensive coordinators, which, that tends to be the norm. Not saying that a
Yeah.
defensive coordinator can't
Yeah.
get promoted to that. They absolutely can. But typically, historically, the next level for an offensive coordinator usually transitions to head coach quicker than a defensive coordinator.
The trend has been defensive coordinators lately.
Lately, I'll give you that. I'll
Yeah.
give you that. Now, bringing this guy over, Thomas Brown, first offensive coordinator job, and he doesn't get to call plays until week 8, which was, after the bye, even though head coach
What a
Mr. Frank
joke.
Reich couldn't win a single game. And 3 games in. Now, we must remember Thomas Brown is 1-2. 1-2. And then all of a sudden, Frank Reich wants the play calling takes the play calling duties back. And supposedly Thomas Brown is going to continue to lead the offensive planning and get together
Yeah.
meetings and such. And it's just
Yeah.
like,
I
but
mean, we'll get to it. I saw your comment. We'll get to it.
but it's like, Frank Reich, dude, you brought him in to be the offensive coordinator. Like,
Mm-hmm.
what are you doing, dude? Let let him do his job. Like, let him do his job. We're talking about somebody that worked under Sean McVay. Yes, I understand it wasn't as an offensive coordinator, but being that he worked under Sean McVay and you hired him as an offensive coordinator, you got to let the man have an opportunity to run his offense, his Thomas Brown's offense. It's like, how you've been studying.
Not your offense, Frank. His.
I got a perfect example for y'all. Y'all know about job shadowing, right? You know
Yep.
how if there's a particular position you want, job
Mm-hmm.
shadowing. I mean, anybody can do it. Interns, even interns get a chance to do that. Those that get
Yep.
sponsored, summer interns, you know what I mean? They get a chance
I did
to,
that. Mm-hmm.
yeah, very, very common, very common. They get a chance to work along with whoever they're assigned to, and even
Yep.
sometimes actually do that work with them in hopes for them to be able to have an opportunity to get either that position or a position elsewhere of the same caliber. So I looked at Thomas Brown with the Rams under Sean McVay, not only in the position that he was in, but hey, intern, job shadowing. Because after
Mm-hmm.
all, in the coaching staff, you can upgrade as well. You can evolve as well, not just the
Mm-hmm.
players, but the coaching staff as well.
Mm-hmm.
So
Preach.
with Thomas Brown being in that position and has one of these, a ring,
Mm-hmm.
okay, Thomas Brown, you know what? Let's see how you do as an offensive coordinator. I want to see what you can call. You've watched so many others and you've helped, you've assisted, you've been there. I want to
Yeah.
see what you run.
Exactly.
That's what it should have been from the
Don't
beginning.
call Frank's plays. Call your own.
Exactly. That's what it should have been,
Yeah.
not
You
from
should
week.
have your own playbook by now after watching the garbage that Frank has been putting out there.
Right. Not starting week 8, but
Yeah.
starting week 1. And I
I,
felt
I would have
like,
already started putting that playbook together as soon as I started seeing Frank lose.
right. So my thing is, Frank Reich, isn't that the idea behind an offensive coordinator? I understand you're an offensive minded head coach. So why not you back him up with, however you can, but just Thomas Brown, you're the offensive coordinator. I want to see what you can do, being that you just came from a team where you had success. You won one Super Bowl, had 2 appearances. Folks forget that. 2 appearances under Sean McVay. I don't know what more Frank Reich had to see in order to let this man cook. Yes, for the rest of the season, let this man cook. And when you take back that power that's stopping this dude from doing his job, you have legit stifled his growth. Period. You have
Y'all
stifled.
listening to this?
You have stifled Thomas Brown's growth.
Y'all hard-headed people, you listening to this? This is exactly what I'm trying to tell you.
And the thing is, even if he were to still be on this coaching staff and we somehow still have Frank Wright, and he's like, okay, this season I'm gonna let you call the plays this time. He could easily be like, okay, how long will it take before you take back that power again? Because you did it once. What makes me believe you won't do it again?
Facts. Facts. Absolute facts. Nobody bought the fact that this man was actually not going to micromanage Thomas Brown's offense. Because it was still Frank's offensive playbook the entire time. Prove me wrong.
Not
Prove me wrong. Because at this point, you can't. We were running the same exact plays with small variations to it with Thomas Brown's offense. Now, here's my thing. You bring in a supposed quarterback whisperer that has worked with Matt Ryan. He's worked with Carson Wentz. Name off any of those quarterbacks that he's worked with right now that are Pro Bowlers in their time, and didn't do a thing with them. And he's got a 4-win record, 4-19,
Yep,
and
as
one.
Mr. Carolina specified between, last season and
Okay,
now.
so with that being said, with all of those weapons you brought through Indianapolis, you brought T.Y. Hilton through there. You brought who else through there? You even had Wayne Gallman, of all people, through there,
Hmm.
and you couldn't succeed with them. All right, so you come to Carolina, you were terrible as a coach and as a quarterback, dating as far back as quarterback, and you hire Josh McCown, who is a first-time quarterback coach, who was terrible as a quarterback as well. And you're expecting good results out of trying to coach up a number one pick one quarterback. How? It doesn't matter who the quarterback is. It doesn't matter. If you don't know what their system is and how they're running it, you want to come in here and tell me that you're going to run the Bama style offense around uh, Bryce Young. That didn't come from Frank. That sentence did not come from Frank. It came from Tepper or Scott.
Hmm.
One of the two. I'll bet you it was Scott. But it definitely did not come from Frank. I would have a very hard time believing that. And you don't understand how to scheme correctly. You don't know how to put how what players you want for that scheme because you don't understand the scheme itself.
Hmm.
You have a lack of knowledge in football, and it shows, Frank, in all areas. You won't throw a challenge flag when you need to. You won't protect your players. It's no wonder these players don't want to play for you. You don't protect them. You don't argue with the refs on garbage calls. You don't ask for explanations. Nothing. You stand there like a gargoyle.
Jeez.
You stand there like a
Uh,
freaking gargoyle on the sideline, and then you crack a smile when we're down 17 points to the team that just fired you. Get a
yeah.
clue, Frank.
Um,
This is not it.
Kevin McFarland, welcome to the stream. He just joined.
What experience? What did you expect to happen with Bryce Young when you have that going on?
Yeah. Kevin says, hello. All I can say is I'm excited for these Carolina Panthers to show up for the Cowboys. Also, we need to get rid of Ian Thomas. He can't catch the ball. My opinion on this team is that there is no direction with the coaching, and therefore the players can
True.
learn in the correct way. Everybody has to be on the same track or
None.
not. We are stuck in the middle. First off, I agree with your second comment. Your first comment, really? You're honestly excited for the Panthers to show up for the Cow? Really, dude? You don't mean that. No, no, no. Kevin, come on, dude.
Go on,
Come
Kevin.
on, dude. Against the 6-3 Cowboys, come on, dude. Come on, dude. Nah,
Oh
nah.
my gosh.
Really? You really believe that?
Wow.
Really?
Wow.
I mean, if that's the way you feel, so be it. But
Right.
I, I, I
Everybody's
really, I really don't
everybody's opinion
know.
is respected though.
I respect it, but I don't know how you can feel that way. I really
Oh man.
don't.
I
I don't know.
I
But
don't
but
know.
feel free to elaborate if you choose so.
Yeah.
Um
Yeah.
Damien says if and when y'all fire Frank, y'all should get Ken Dorsey. Bills did him wrong.
Yeah. I
Ke-
won't elaborate
Kevin
on that when you
Ke-
get done with all these comments.
Oh, Kevin says he's joking. Honestly, I could not tell, to be honest with you, because
I
that was
couldn't either.
the
Yeah.
first comment you said. You usually make your joke comment at like
Yeah.
the third or fourth or fifth comment. That's all.
Right.
That's all I say. You're breaking tradition there, Kevin. Um, see, David says Frank has too much power holding the team back, almost like Rule, but different. Yeah, much
Yeah.
worse than Rule,
I got a big
unfortunately.
problem with that. When your head coach has more power than your GM, your owner, and all your players, something is very, very wrong here. This man has more power than all three. He's like Thanos at this point. He's got the freaking rings, the freaking gems.
hmm
We got to get
Um,
rid of him.
yeah. Let's see. Did y'all see the pic of Frank Reich from when he first got hired till now? He looks totally different. Facts.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Mm-hmm.
Frank, I'm not showing the playbook till week one. Reich, what a joke.
Exactly.
Um, let's
Take a drink
see.
every time Frank Reich gets made fun of in this stream.
Let me see. Blitz facts. Yeah.
New drinking
Um,
game. Just get
Frank
some water.
Frank has a lack of knowledge and he has more experience than Rule, and that is sad. Yeah, yeah, that is sad. Um, Damien says Dak
Mm.
is an interception machine. Well,
I don't know if I necessarily agree with that
he
this
he
year.
he only has 6 this year. 17
Yeah.
touchdowns, 6 interceptions.
If we
And
were talking 2 or 3 years ago, I would agree, but not this year.
yeah, this year I wouldn't say that, Damien, cuz if
Yeah.
anything, remember Josh Allen leads the league in interceptions and he has 11.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Dak only has 6. If anything, I'd say
And
he's
I'll allude to that point later as well when we're talking about Ken Dorsey.
I think he's been doing really good.
Mm-hmm.
Last season he threw 15. So, I mean, and that might go up. That might go up, but right now, 17 to 6, that's pretty dang on good if you ask me. Um David says, I'm hoping for a miracle in Mint Street because I hate the Cowboys. Keep it in mind. I hate Frank also.
I
Um,
can't stand the Cowboys either, but I'm just being realistic. We have no shot.
and Kevin says, "Oh, I forgot. That's how funny the Panthers are. They are just so bad." Yeah, yeah, this is true.
Yeah. I'm just taking this the way it is.
So, here's what I'm gonna do because I want you to go in deep because I know you and I were talking about this, but we want the audience to get your perspective on this.
Yes.
I'm gonna use the restroom right quick. I already know your perspective, so that's why I'm gonna go ahead and
Mm-hmm.
take this restroom break.
All
Go
right.
ahead and let loose on Ken Dorsey. Ken Dorsey, the Carolina, when and why? Go. I'll be right back, y'all.
So, first thing I need people to understand is Ken Dorsey. If you're not familiar with this gentleman, he was the quarterbacks coach for Cam Newton during the Super Bowl era. And I personally watched him on the field, during training camps, and he did an excellent job training him up. He was very cool and collected, and personality wise, you could read his body language. He was a good match for Cam. And I feel like when you look back at Ken Dorsey as a quarterbacks coach, not as an offensive coordinator, but just as a quarterbacks coach, he did an excellent job. And he was part of the system that made it work. He was a major cog that made it work. But it was coaching. You know what I'm saying? Like, he taught the fundamentals. He taught everything that was supposed to be taught to Cam Newton at that level. And I believe Cam Newton would even agree with that if you asked him today. But not only that, those fundamentals also got handed down to PJ Walker. Now, I did say that PJ Walker was going to come in and help us, as a backup quarterback at the time. And he did. We picked him up from Canadian League. He came in, took care of business, and became a starter for us. So I said, okay. He's worked with Cam Newton now. He's worked with PJ Walker. Calm, cool, collected, teaching the fundamentals. All right. Let's see him take that next step as an offensive coordinator. And that's what I wanted for him until we started fire selling the entire staff. And unfortunately, he was one of the few to go that was really good. And I said, we're making a big mistake. This dude could be the next offensive coordinator for us. I wanted to see what his playbook looked like. I wanted to see what he could do with the weapons that we had, because he had a deep understanding of what we had.
You're still talking Ken Dorsey, right?
Yes.
Okay, continue.
Yeah. Not only did he understand the quarterback, he understood the weaponry. Because in order to understand the quarterback, you have to understand the weaponry that he's throwing it to as well. Because it's timing, fundamentals, footwork, and getting the right read. So when Cam goes out there, he's prepared. He knows where these wide receivers are going to go. He it's halfway on Cam. It's also halfway on Ken Dorsey as well for teaching him this stuff, during film study, during practices, all this stuff. So Ken Dorsey did an excellent job. And I don't believe he was ever interviewed enough, in my opinion, to really get an idea of who he was personally. And I would have liked to see that. So we let him go. The Bills picked him up. One of the biggest mistakes we made coaching wise, letting people go. And the Bills immediately made him an offensive coordinator. I was not surprised one bit. I said, this man's going to be an offensive coordinator. And of course, McDermott, what is the head coach up there?
Yep.
He was our former DC.
Yep.
Defensive coordinator.
And was a great one.
It was a great mix-up. And you saw where the Bills' offense went to. As soon as McDermott fixed that defense, here comes Ken Dorsey with the offense.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a great mix.
And don't forget,
it worked.
He promoted him within the coaching staff.
Yes, he did. He was originally a quarterback's coach, and then he moved him up. And he said, okay, let's see what you could do with this offense.
Yep.
That's what a great coach does. And notice McDermott was a defensive coordinator that got promoted to head coach. Keep that in mind, folks. This is a current trend, and it's working in the NFL. So the offense did really well with the Bills under Ken Dorsey's watch. You want to pull up the records of that?
So let's see. Yes. So Ken Dorsey.
I want people to have some actual numbers here to work with.
Sure thing. So Ken Dorsey, just make sure I have this right. Ken Dorsey
Mhm.
came to the Bills in 2019.
Correct.
Okay. 2019, of course, 2019, they had a record of 10-6, made it to the playoffs, lost in the wild
Hmm.
card.
Hmm.
2020 finished 13-3, made it to the playoffs, lost in the AFC Championship game, which was
Yep.
a great game.
Yep.
2021 finished 11-6, made it to the playoffs, lost in the division game, won the wild card game. 2022 13-3, made it to the playoffs, lost in the divisional game, won the wild card game. So I mean,
Hey, Ken
evidence.
Dorsey haters, you listening right now?
I mean, he's
Did you hear all those stats?
he's been in the playoffs ever since he came over to Buffalo in 2019. So I mean,
This man has experience. He has experience at offensive coordinator now.
not to mention 2021, he was not only quarterbacks coach but passing game coordinator.
Yes, sir.
And let's see, going back to 2021. Oh yeah, that's the that was when they won in the wild card and lost to Kansas City in the divisional game in overtime. In overtime.
Playoff experience. Are you listening?
I mean,
You
Court.
hard-headed people that want to still go against Ken Dorsey, are you listening now?
Corey, you
That
you
is
got a point.
proof. This man has a resume.
Yep, you got a point.
And yet we're still sticking with Thomas Brown and we're still sticking with Frank and Josh McCown.
Because we have to keep
I
in
don't
mind.
understand it.
Because we got to keep in mind. Look at the quarterbacks that Ken Dorsey has worked with. Cam Newton, our only franchise MVP, Josh Allen. And we're talking
PJ
about
Walker as well. He was a
P-
starter too.
PJ Walker. But, Josh Allen, we're talking about somebody that came out of Wyoming.
Yep. Yep.
Not to mention had multiple seasons in a row where he threw at least 35 or more touchdowns. So,
Yep.
I mean,
Proven record right now. Now, I'm not saying he's going to be the savior of this team and take us to the Super Bowl. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is, if you bring him in now, we have a really solid shot at winning 6 of these last 8 games
so
and fixing this offense.
with that being said, you and also the chat, I want to hear from y'all as well. Do y'all sacrifice Thomas Brown to bring back Ken Dorsey? Yes or no?
I see your point on the fact that Thomas Brown hasn't been given a fair chance. I do. But this isn't about that. This is about trying to finish out this season and try to make the playoffs for the first time in how long?
Since
Come
2017.
on, guys. This is a no-brainer. This man brings instant progress to us right now. So here's what I want to see. I want to see Deuce Staley in charge of this team and bring back Ken Dorsey as offensive coordinator. Now, there are some people that want to see Ken Dorsey as a quarterbacks coach. Look, man, he's had experience at offensive coordinator now, playoff experience. What more do you want to see out of him, at offensive coordinator to convince you that he needs to be our offensive coordinator if we're bringing him back here? What more do you need to see? It's on paper, people. Now, here's the other argument. Oh, okay, Josh was doing a bunch of interceptions. Okay, that's on Josh. That's on Josh. Please explain to me how that's on Ken Dorsey.
Not to mention, let's keep it real. Josh Allen is a better quarterback than what we've had
Exactly.
in a
Thank
long
you.
time. So, come on, let's keep it real. Um, David says he would love to have
Have
Ken
we seen
Dorsey
any
back.
quarterback that looks like that in Carolina since Cam Newton?
Not since Cam.
Thank you. Again, proving my point. You
David's
put Ken Dorsey in there with Bryce Young, and I swear you will see results.
David said he would love to have Ken Dorsey back. Damian was like, you know what? Never mind. He wants Eberflus fired, and he wants to get Ken Dorsey. And then Mr. Gemini says yes, he would love to have Ken Dorsey as offensive coordinator.
Thank you for understanding what I'm trying to say here, because it is that critical if we're going to try to save the rest of this year. We're at that point where if you want to save it right now, you need to make a flurry of moves, starting with that one. Fire Frank, fire Josh McCown, get Ken Dorsey hired here, hire Deuce Staley as the head coach, and then immediately get in the room with the offensive line coach, James Campen, and the D line coach, and ask them, what in the heck are you teaching these guys? Because the fundamentals are not there.
I tell you
Now,
what though.
I'm willing to give Campen one more year because, or at least till the end of the year, because of what he did in Green Bay. Because he was rotating really good offensive linemen in and out successfully. He understood the depth chart. He understood what players should be rotated, what players should not be rotated. You know, I give him credit for that. You know,
Mr.
but we're
Gemini asked Deuce Staley as head coach, interim head coach.
yes,
Okay.
this man has the heart of this team. These players will play for him. He has the fire necessary for this locker room to get behind him. I feel like that's a necessity at this point
He would
because
definitely demand the respect.
look what the locker room did with Wilkes. This man has said nothing about trying to get that head coaching job, and this is exactly why he should have it. Look at Wilkes. Wilkes was the only person to actually say something and call out Matt Rule during the time period. None of the other coaches would do it. That takes spine. That takes backbone. That takes heart. That's loyalty. And he understands where this locker room is.
Mm-hmm.
He understands who these people are, what they believe in, and what they will fight for. That's what you need in a head coach. Now, I'm going to reference this to George Washington. Okay.
All right. First president. Let's go.
Now, if you know your revolutionary history, after the war, he said, I don't want to be a king. They tried to make him a king. He said, I don't want to be king. They made him a president because he didn't want that power. He didn't want that authority. But they gave it to him because he deserved it. And
Yeah.
look what he did with it. That's what we did with Wilkes. He didn't want that authority. He never wanted to be head coach in Carolina because he knew how much of a train wreck Carolina was. But he said, okay, I'll give it a shot because the players want it and the fans want it. And because I understand this team better than anybody on this coaching staff. And somebody's got to call this clown out, Matt Rule, on whatever he's doing.
Yeah.
So he
Yeesh.
did. And it took a lot of spine to do that.
Right.
It took him the second year, as defensive coordinator to do that, but he finally did. And I give him full props for that.
Yeah.
Now, Deuce, I'm asking you to do the same thing. Now is your time, Deuce. I know you don't want this head coaching job. I know you don't want this train wreck. But somebody's got to take it that owns it, man. That understands this team. That deserves that power.
So why not him?
Because because Frank has way too much of it.
Hmm.
Frank thinks he's better than the owner himself at this point. He just went against the owner by taking those play calling duties back. Now, does that sound like somebody that should be head coach to you
You
of
don't
Carolina?
you don't think he had a conversation with him? You don't think he had a conversation with him?
I would have fired him on the spot.
You, you don't
If I was the owner, if I was Tepper, I would not put up with that. He'd
you
be gone
you don't
the
think
second he said that.
you don't think he had a conversation with him before making that decision, or what?
I do not. I
Oh, okay.
think Frank is just that delusional that he thinks he can fix this team by himself.
Hmm.
He probably thinks, oh, well, Thomas Brown didn't do a good enough job. I got to take this offensive
He
coordinator
has
job
our only win
back.
of the season. He has our only win of the season. Oh man.
He's that delusional. He actually thinks we have a shot against Dallas at this point. That's how delusional this man is. He
Um.
has more power than a GM. He's manipulating the GM into picks, which granted the GM is allowing him to be himself to be manipulated at this point, and
Um.
that needs to be changed.
Yeah. Immediately.
I at this point, I'll give you a pass for the first year, Scott Fitterer, but after that, stop letting yourself be manipulated. Please. Please stop letting your Achilles heel be your Achilles heel. You're better than this.
So a couple of comments. Um. David says David and Mr. Gemini definitely. It seems like they want um Deuce Deuce's head coach. If I read that right.
Mm-hmm.
Super Trebo, welcome to the stream. He says, "What's up, guys? What are the chances of the Panthers winning the game against Dallas? Not great. This game could
Not great.
decide
Doesn't
Frank.
matter what we do.
This game could decide Frank's future with the Panthers, whether he stays or not.
He's
I
not
don't
staying.
think we have much of a chance.
No.
Um, David
It
said,
wouldn't matter. Best case scenario, even if Ken Dorsey took over the offense and Frank was fired and Deuce took over, it still wouldn't make a difference. We still wouldn't make it. You can't fix that in that short amount of time. The offense with the injuries we have on the O line, with Bryce needing to be installed with a new playbook, that actually works. There's not enough time to actually be competitive.
not to
Even
mention,
if we win against Dallas, with all of that, it's still no, I'm not feeling it.
um,
Like he said, Dallas has the 7th ranked offense right now.
yeah, ranked number 7. Or no, they have
And I just don't see it, bro.
yeah, number 7. Yeah, you're right.
Yes, 7th ranked offense. What was their defense ranked again?
2.
2. There you go. Even best case scenario, we're not beating Dallas. Now we might surprise Jacksonville if we can catch them with off guard, man. We might catch Jacksonville off guard. It's possible. Like you
Um,
said, any given Sunday. But
right,
we got a lot of games before we get there.
right.
And we got to win those games. Those are must wins.
David says, Deuce brings intensity. That's what this locker room needs. Deuce is the
Yep.
kind of coach, if you do something wrong, he'd get on your butt. I
Yep.
have a
Mm-hmm.
bone to pick with Tepper. Change the field to regular grass or get a dome. Facts.
The NFLPA is actually working on that right now.
Oh, good, good, good. That's
They're
good.
getting rid of all the turf in the league, so they've already beat him to it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done it. Cost the league $12 million.
Yeah, good point. Frank is worse than Vince. Oh, Damien says Frank Reich thinks he's Vince McMahon. David says Frank is
Yep.
David says Frank is worse than Vince. At least Vince can wrestle. That should be. I mean, he's not wrong. He's not
I'm
wrong.
done.
That should be
Wow.
Frank's theme song should be "No Chance in Winning." Dang, David going in. This dude is
Wait,
going
go
in.
ahead, man.
Mm.
Go
But
ahead, David. Go ahead, David.
but dude, how do you
Oh man.
how bad do you think the score is going to be?
Oh shoot. Okay, factor in about 7 points for our special teams because that's been happening the last couple weeks.
Mhm.
Um, and maybe a field goal if we can make it past the 50, but I don't see us making it past the 50-yard line with that defense of Dallas's the entire game with Frank calling the plays.
Yeah. And
I say 35-7.
and FYI, CeeDee Lamb is 25 yards away from hitting 1,000.
Oh yeah, he'll get that.
Yeah.
Even against Dante, he'll get that.
Um I mean, with weapons like Tony Pollard, I mean, Dak, CeeDee Lamb,
We can
Brandon
cut that
Cooks.
down to about a third because JC Horn's coming back,
Well,
and we have Troy Hill
supposedly,
sitting on the bench,
su-
ready to
su-
go, or at
supposedly
nickel.
he was limited, so he's still kind of day to day. Hopefully he does, but he's
Yeah.
still technically day to day. Um,
If not, then it's business as usual for Dallas.
Also beware of Micah Parsons. The dude has 7.5 sacks.
God, Michael Parsons is an animal.
Yeah, somebody that we could have had at one point. Somebody that we could have had.
Yeah.
Um, and Micah
Just saying.
Parsons also leads in tackles for loss. He's got 10. So,
That is going to be a nightmare for our offensive line that's already struggling.
yep. Not only that, Deron
Who
Bland
are
don't
they going
don't
to put him on?
and don't forget they have Deron Bland at cornerback who has 5 interceptions so far, and don't forget of the all-star veteran Stephon Gilmore,
Who we should have never let go of.
who we should have never let go of.
We got him for breadcrumbs, and we let him go for less.
Who wanted to stay, who is from Rock Hill. Him and his
For what
family
reason?
loved it here.
For what reason?
Ugh. Ugh.
God,
Um,
that's yet another way that we could have solved this corner problem.
yeah. David says, "Yeah, I'm happy. Thanks for that news. Gotcha." Mr. Gemini says, "What if they actually win?" I'm not saying they will, but I'm just saying. Uh, well,
No.
let's just say if they win, that starts that extends Frank Reich one more game. I'll say
Yep.
that. That's the
Yep.
most that I will say. All right,
Yep.
you saved yourself for one game. Cool.
Yep.
That's how I look at it.
Yep. For what reason though? You're gonna get fired the next week.
Yeah. Super Trebo says, you know what else is sad, guys? Bank of America Stadium is gonna look like Dallas Cowboys home game with all the Cowboy fans that would be there Sunday. It's sad when it be like when the Niners were there last year. Well, when you're the opposing team and you're going up against one of the worst, or if not the worst, not only in team but organization, you tend to want to show up to watch the slaughter. Because that's really, you might have to pay for a ticket to show up, but it's almost like a freebie because
Yep.
it's a free slaughter. You literally get to
Yep.
watch your
Yep.
team slaughter the weaker team.
Yep.
So of course there's
Yep.
gonna be tons and tons of Cowboy fans. Like, I think Rashad said it best.
Panthers fans are literally handing out tickets to Dallas fans.
Like Rashad said it best. Don't be surprised if a whole ginormous number of PSL owners are like pissed and like trying to like sell or cancel their PSLs.
I wouldn't be
And
surprised.
guess what, y'all? PSLs aren't cheap.
They're what, like $15 a month payment plan now?
Uh,
I think I saw that earlier today. and promote?
Um, perm. Well, remember, PSLs are permanent seat licenses. So,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
21 a month. So 21 a month.
21 a month.
Yeah.
21 a month, y'all. To watch that garbage that I wouldn't even walk across the street for.
So,
Sad.
yeah. Damien says, funny how Vince can wrestle, but with all the women he been with,
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Don't read
oh,
that. Don't read that.
Damien, Damien, that was, you almost got me on that one.
that was too
Be
much, bro.
be
That was too
careful.
much.
Be careful. Um,
We can't read that stuff, man.
yeah. Thank you, bro. Um, question. Speaking of the Dallas and Bills, what do y'all think are the chances both Diggs play in Dallas? Because I think Stephon really wants out of Buffalo, and I don't blame him one bit. Oh, Stephon Diggs? Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I don't know, man. Maybe.
Ooh. Well, I mean, they
Maybe.
can't trade for him. Yeah, but
It's getting a little bit hot up in Buffalo because,
you think they might cut him?
I don't know, man. I don't know. There, there's a handful of players that were not happy with Ken Dorsey getting fired. It's getting a little hot up in there, Buffalo, man.
Oh yeah,
Y'all better be careful.
Josh Allen was pretty pissed too.
Oh yeah. There's your sign, folks. If Josh Allen is pissed off and you're still hating on Ken Dorsey, get off that train, bro. Get off that train. Ken Dorsey needs to come here. He's got all the reason to come here now.
Yep. I mean
You know,
that's
the
fair.
former ownership is not here anymore. We got new players. You know, new owner. Come here, man.
This
Come
this
here and
is
give us a hug, bro. We want you back.
this is fair. This is that's
Wilkes, on the other hand, has no reason to come back here. For what reason? Why would Wilkes want to come back here to this train wreck? He's already been screwed out of a head coaching job after he did what he was supposed to do for 13 games. You
yeah.
know, the players loved him, and then they followed him to San Francisco, where now he has success in San Francisco. He's tasted success over there. He's tasted the sweet cherry pie, man, and he loves it out of the bakery. Why would he come back over here?
Tastes so good, make a grown man cry. Sweet cherry pie.
Exactly. Imagine some of the best bakery biscuits you could
uh,
ever eat. You know, coming out of a bakery. Why would you ever go anywhere else? You know, you got the best ones right there.
why you got me up here singing Warrant? Oh man.
He's tasty.
I immediately thought of that because like I used to play the song on
Absolutely.
Rock Band. And I was just like,
Absolutely.
oh my god, he just did a did a Warrant reference.
You
Oh
got it.
man.
You got it. You got my reference.
Uh
You know, you know I'm a rock fan.
yeah,
But anyway,
that you are. That you are.
yeah. But yeah, he's tasted the success over in San Francisco, and he's brought players over there. Why would he want to come back to this trash heap?
True. This is true.
Same owner, and then you hire an idiot coach that doesn't belong here, and then you hire a Jaro who's a great defense coordinator right now. Why would you want to come back here? For what, the players? You could bring them over there.
You know, I might do a clip just of Mr. Carolina's rant and just save
And
a separate file on that.
I love y'all for wanting Wilkes back here, man. I do, but you missed that train last year. I was one of the very few people that was actually on that train last year, and we were leaving the station, and Wilkes was doing well, and everybody was just like, "No, we don't want Wilkes. We don't want Wilkes. His record is and and now y'all are starting to see the truth, aren't you? Now y'all are starting to see the truth. Y'all are starting to want him back, and it's too late. It's far too late. I tried to tell y'all, but
Oh,
nobody wanted to listen. They were so hard headed they didn't want to listen. And I'm not talking about you, boys, because
ooh.
I knew you had some sense about it. You were smart about it, and we had a good debate.
Oh yeah.
Sensible debate about it. I'm not talking
Uh
about you. I'm talking about all these people that were so hard headed. They were just like anti anything good happening to this franchise because they're so used to everything bad happening to it
right.
that they got to find something negative to
So
complain about.
so
Y'all missed that train, man.
I just saw this. Uh so in case y'all didn't know, the Ravens and Bengals are currently playing. Joe Burrow's out, wrist injury.
Ooh,
He's questionable, but
okay.
word is he went back to the locker room. But yeah,
Uh oh. Uh oh. There
ooh.
goes the Bengals' chances.
Um, and Lamar Jackson's cooking right now. He 14 of 21, 207 yards, 2 touchdowns.
About time. I was wondering where that man's been.
But Joe Burrow had been
He's been
playing
quiet.
well. 11 of 17, 101 yards and a touchdown. I guess before he got hurt.
Mm-hmm. I'm not used to Lamar Jackson just being quiet all year, man. Where you been, Lamar?
True.
Welcome back, buddy.
I tell you what though. Oh, uh, another thing I wanted to talk about,
Yeah.
especially with the chat, and I know, I think you elaborated a little bit on this. So one of the
Okay.
big things I know there's, all the Brian Burns talk. We know he's been a hot topic throughout this whole
Okay.
season. But let's address another elephant in the room. Remember, y'all, J.C. Horn next season is the last year on his contract. So they're going to need to make a decision probably by the end or going into the off season whether or not they are going to pick up his fifth year option or not. What are y'all's thoughts on that? J.C. Horn, should they pick up the fifth year option on J.C. Horn?
Uh he hasn't stayed healthy. That's gonna be everybody's starting argument.
Right.
And I can't say I disagree with that. But what he's done on the field when he's healthy, though,
That's the kicker.
and I equate that to okay, I'm a baseball fan, okay? So I used to do fantasy baseball, and there was just always that one player that I would get on that roster that I knew had an injury history out the wazoo, but when he was on the field, he was talented. Dude, he was racking up points like crazy when he's healthy.
Hmm.
And I'm sitting there like, and that player was Troy Tulowitzki. And I had no clue what I wanted to do with him because it was like off again, on again, off and on, and off again. And he would just sit on my bench forever. And I'm like, Troy, do some push-ups, do something, get healthy, bro. What are you doing? You know, stay healthy.
Yep.
I need you. And there was a lack of depth at that position, so I'm just sitting there like, okay, okay. Then I'm just gonna keep sitting you. If you're gonna keep getting injured, I'm gonna keep sitting you. And I feel like for fantasy owners in the NFL, that's J.C. Horn. If you're working with individual defensive players, that's J.C. Horn, and the man is going to rack you up points. He's going to do a lot of great things when he's on the field, but when
Hmm.
he's hurt, he's of no use to you.
Right.
And a lot of fantasy owners are like, okay, dump him, dump him, dump him, toss him. And I'm like, nah, bro. when this man's healthy, in a league that scores like 30 points or something like that for defensive players, I think is the norm,
Mm-hmm.
is the highest. And this man's racking up like 28 points a game when he's healthy. What are you doing? You can't toss that. You'll never get it back. That's the problem. If we toss JC Horn to the Wolves, we'll never get him back. And what if he stays healthy with another team? What if he becomes a Pro Bowler with another team and he's developed
Yep.
properly under a
Yep.
Pro Bowl caliber defense coordinator that has been doing well with this stuff? We have a Jaro right now that's developing him. Why would we want to toss that? No. So my answer is no. What we do is we develop depth around him until we make sure that he can stay healthy. Now, if he continues to be hurt all the time, then we draft his replacement. And that replacement better be as good or better than him. And that's tall shoes to fill.
Mm-hmm.
So, in my opinion, I say keep him for now because we don't have a proper replacement. And I'm talking, we need to replace the third and fourth spot in the depth chart at corner plus nickel because it ain't working. You know.
Oh, it
Uh,
has been confirmed. Burrow is out for the rest of the game.
okay.
Yeah.
Now, granted, I like Troy Hill. I think Troy Hill should stay there. Um, the question then becomes, what do you do with the rest of that depth chart at corner? And I'm starting to like Boodle a little bit, but I need him to show me a little bit more if he wants to stay even even at number 4 spot. At this point, I need a little bit more out of
Mm-hmm.
him. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to recommend practice squad. Because we're gonna have to draft a replacement for that spot at some point.
Right.
It's got to be first round of the draft next year because you're not going to find that in free agency. It's going to be too much money.
That's fair. That's fair.
We missed our shot at Josh Norman. We missed our shot at Bradbury. We missed our shot at a few other good ones. So it's too late now. They're all under contract now. Well, Norman might not be, but how many years you got left on Norman in his career? That's my
Yeah.
point there. See, if you miss the boat again on Norman, you're done.
And when you think about it, add Stephon Gilmore because he
Because
could have,
that's it.
because Stephon Gilmore could have been
Yeah, same with him.
another big veteran piece that could help also coach up our young talent as well as our
Yeah,
defensive coordinator.
both of them I see as having a max of like 3 or 4 years left in their career that
Yeah,
you can milk out of them,
that makes sense.
and you better get the most out of them. And Buffalo signed him for Josh Norman for breadcrumbs.
Yep.
Breadcrumbs, bro. He's not even making a mill. That's sad. And we're sitting here with $8 million at the time, and we didn't sign this man. What? Please explain this to me. Please explain this to me, Scott. Scott and Frank, both of you, are to blame for this one. Because you both had multiple chances to fix this and you didn't. This is what happens when you let an idiot head coach take the driver's seat that doesn't know how to evaluate talent. Well, an idiot when it comes to football, with all due respect. He doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't know how to evaluate talent. What makes you think he's going to actually lead the conversation in the room to get somebody that's decent? So, to my knowledge, I like Troy Hill again, and I think Boodle's got some potential, but
Okay.
Boodle's a number 4 for me right now. Troy Hill's a number 3, clearly. but we gotta, depending on what you do with J.C. Horn, that spot's got to be filled if you're tossing him. Who are you gonna fill that with? Troy Hill? Nah. Boodle? Nah. No. Some random undrafted corner that you just randomly happen to pick up from a trash pile? No. No.
Mm.
You need to draft one. Period. Point blank, draft one. We need to develop our own corner. That's what we did with Bradbury. That's what we did with Josh Norman. And anybody that says otherwise, y'all need to stop it because you don't know what you're talking about.
Mm.
Because the only way to truly develop corners is to draft them yourself. There
Yeah.
is not a very big market for corners out there.
I mean,
Have you seen some of the trade values that come in when you talk corners? It's big.
yeah. I mean, look at what we did with Chris Gamble, Josh Norman.
Yeah,
Like, you know,
yeah. And
um,
I also want to get to Frankie Luvu in a minute too. But
most
my
win,
point is,
most Windu, welcome to the stream. He says the Ravens are looking good tonight. Yeah,
yeah, they are.
they are.
Yeah, my point is, we got to get something solved here at corner, and I don't know that Troy Hill and Boodle are enough depth wise. We need to step up the level of talent there if we want to really be competitive in the secondary. When we start adding depth pieces after
Yeah.
we've settled the J.C. Horn debate on what we want to do with him.
David says Bud Light is getting to me. I want better for my team. Tired of mediocre crap. It needs to stop ASAP. We haven't been to the playoffs in almost 10 years, and that's unacceptable. Facts.
I agree with you. It's unacceptable,
Um.
and you
Yep.
know who's to blame. When your
Uh.
head coach has more power than the GM and the owner, you know who to blame. That's who we should be marching for, ladies and gentlemen.
Most Windu says, hey, how y'all doing tonight? We're doing good, bro. We're doing real good. Hope you are as well. Um. Damien says, hate to say this, and I hope we keep this man, but if the Bears don't sign and extend Jalen Johnson, I could see him going to y'all if y'all pick him up in free agency. Hey, I wouldn't mind.
I wouldn't mind it, but you know, as Mr. Carolina said, nobody wants to come here. We tried to trade for wide receiver talent. We tried to trade for talent to come here. Nobody wants to come here. We don't have anything to trade.
Yeah, apparently they
If we're
tried to.
not trading Brian Burns, what are we trading?
Yeah, apparently we're trying to get. Who was it they were trying to get? They were trying to
T.
get T.
Higgins,
Higgins.
Devonta Adams.
Yeah,
Before,
that's
right
right.
before right before the Raiders said that they weren't going to trade him. You know that was pretty much the last offer they were going to listen to from anybody. I think after we gave him a joke of an offer.
Yeah.
um, and then you had one other person too, right? It was Montez Sweat. We tried to
Montez
go
Sweat.
after Montez Sweat, and to my knowledge, what are you going to give up for these players? Because you have to give up valuable draft picks. You have to give up a valuable player to get these people. We're not willing to do that. We're not willing to part with that when we barely have anything to begin with. What do we have to trade? We got nothing. We just gave away everything to the Bears and to the Niners. What makes you think in the CMC trade,
Yeah.
plus all the talent that went there from here that we cut? What do we have to trade them? Nobody wants Sanders. Nobody wants Sanders at this point.
Yeah, this is true. This is
He's a
yeah,
bucket of garbage
this is definitely
at this
true.
point. Nobody wants that. He's a KFC bucket. That's what he is at this point. He's a KFC bucket. You really want to trade for that? Nope. That's garbage time, man.
Shoot, I want some chicken. Oh, I'm getting hungry now. I want some chicken.
Man, shoot.
Uh,
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, buddy.
hey, that get a shoot. Hey, I'm down for a bucket now. Yay, hey.
But yeah, man.
Uh,
What do we actually have to trade these teams though for this talent? T. Higgins, they're gonna want an arm and a leg and a torso to trade for this man. It's
definitely,
not possible.
definitely.
Devonta Adams, I mean, the Raiders already said they're not trading him. You can just toss him out the window. So it's Sweat. What do you toss? What are you trading for Sweat? It's got to be at
Mm,
least a fourth rounder or better for Montez Sweat because of that humongous contract that he just got.
right.
And you want that humongous contract? Like, are you brain dead after the $70 million that we just spent? The 70 plus $1 million that we just spent, and you want Montez Sweat's contract? Like, are you out of your flipping mind? That's the type of money he wanted the whole time.
Mm,
And now Brian Burns is seeing that and saying, I want my money too. Don't be surprised if that value goes up at the end of the year. And
yeah,
we're talking about franchise tagging him?
and
Oh, Lordy.
especially considering the fact that I understand he hasn't had his best season and whatnot, but let's also keep in mind when he's not on the field, we just had a game where we couldn't get a single sack.
God, man.
Let that sink in, y'all.
God. Against the Bears? We can't
Against
get
the
a single
Bears.
sack against the Bears?
Not one.
The Bears?
The whole entire pass rush disappeared.
The Chicago Bears. We just gave them the trifecta. You guys realize this, right? We gave him our number one pick. We gave him our best wide receiver, and now we gave him the game. We gave him the trifecta,
Yep. When you think about it, that we did.
guys. That makes me sick. That makes me sick to my stomach. For what reason? For what reason? Hmm? Oh God.
Yes.
Yeah, we gave the number one pick to Chicago to get Bryce Young, and
Yep.
then nope, we had no sacks.
No, most window we had no
We
sacks.
had no sacks, bro.
No, we didn't get a
Brian
single
Burns did
sack.
nothing in that game.
And Brian Burns, well, he didn't play that game, but I'm saying that uh when we played the Bears, because Brian Burns didn't play that game. Yeah, we didn't get a single sack that game.
My lord.
They got 3 on us, but we
Mm-hmm.
didn't get a single sack
Mm-hmm.
that game. And that's why I have been saying, like so many, you know, like the whole trade Burns, that ship has sailed. Like we gotta extend them because when trades were coming up, that was when it was hot. That was when it was nice and sweet, but we didn't capitalize on them. So I mean, you know,
Hey, that man, and that goes into the next segment I wanted to talk about, which is Frankie Louvu.
all right.
Pay that man. That's pay that man round two.
Oh, now if
Because
you
if you
now if you want to see the fans riot, let them not bring back Frankie Louvu. Oh,
oh, oh
I'd be scared to leave the house.
that would be one of the biggest mistakes in franchise history. That would be one of the biggest mistakes in franchise history right there. Let me tell you something. If you watch that man play, he reminds you of AJ Klein. Tell me I'm wrong. That run stopping ability reminds me of AJ Klein. All right, so now keep this in mind. If you help him with film study with TD, Luke Kuechly, and AJ Klein, all three of you, former players, let Frankie see what you see through your eyes. okay? When you watch film, when you study this stuff, when you look at fundamentals, practice with him. Frankie, show him your fundamentals. I
Mm.
want you to show them your fundamentals. I want them to see your footwork. I want to see the raw Frankie Luvu. I want them to just mold you like clay. Because I'm telling you, when they're done with you, bro, you will be the next leader of this defense. I'm telling you that right now, point blank. I'm saying it.
Yeah,
And have
that's fair.
and have uh and have either Thomas Davis or Luke Kuechly teach you about uh, press room speaking and how to be louder. You know, in the huddles and everything else.
Mm.
I saw a clip of him earlier this week, um, and he was very vocal. I believe I sent that to you
You did.
in your PMs.
Yeah, you did.
Do you think we should play that or not? Because it's kind of PG. Do you want to play it?
We probably shouldn't. Just to be on the safe side, we probably shouldn't.
Okay.
Um,
Well, basically, what he was saying is, he was rallying up the defense, and he was like, I want to see this team get riled up and blah 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 blah. Effing this and effing that. I was just like, that's
yeah,
what I need to see from you, Frankie. That's what I need to see.
yeah.
That's what I'm talking about when I'm saying be more vocal. Right there. And I'm like, thank you. If you do that more often and you take direction from Luke, Thomas Davis, and AJ Klein, they don't even have to be on the coaching staff for you to do this. Do this in the off time during the week when you have nothing to do. Just call them up and learn from these guys.
Mm.
Soak it up like a sponge. And I'm telling you, you can take your game to the next level, bro. I
Uh,
see it in you. I see the animal in you, bro. I
right.
see it. I saw the same animal in TD. I saw it in Luke, and I saw it in AJ Klein, and I see it in you right now.
Mm. Special endorsement for
Take
Frankie
advantage.
Louvu. Let's go.
Pay that man. Because if we let this man go, it is a major, major mistake. It
Yeah.
is one of the worst mistakes we could ever make in franchise history. You saw the results when we had to play against Julius Peppers. You saw the what happens when we had to play against Thomas Davis. That did not end well at all.
Nope.
Do you really think that would end well if we let go of Frankie and didn't pay him?
Oof. Ooh, that's scary. That's scary.
Yeah, that's terrifying, right?
Yeah. Um. Ooh.
Management, are you hearing me on this one? It's that vitally important.
Interesting question from Mo Swindu. He says, so here's a question. Should we have kept Baker Mayfield? Uh bro, Sam Darnold was doing a
Are
better
you
job.
trolling right now? Are
Sam
you
Darnold
trolling right now?
Sam Darnold was doing a better job than Baker Mayfield, bro. I mean,
Are
Baker
you
Mayfield
trolling right now?
Baker Mayfield only had one win when he played for us. Only one. Only one.
And I did not want Sam Darnold here at all. I actually saw some potential with Baker, based on what he did in Cleveland.
I did too, but he came to Carolina and just so I had hopes for
Part of that is blamed on Joe Brady, though,
yeah.
and Matt Rule.
I mean I definitely had hopes for Baker Mayfield, but uh yeah, that didn't go too
But I
well.
mean, the rest of it is on Baker.
Yeah.
Okay, he's trolling. He's trolling.
Oh,
I knew it.
okay. I was
I
about to
knew it.
say.
I knew it.
Um
They were just like, "You're not a troll. Stop it."
mm, but dude, looking
He's got a point there. You're not a troll type person, bro.
but dude, looking at this game, like we'd be lucky to get even like a
We're not
touchdown.
breaking double digits. We're not.
I
Sorry.
mean, I feel like it would be generous to give us like 10.
We need a John Gruden type of coach. Okay, Mr. Gemini, stop it. Stop it. No, we don't. No, we don't. Look at look at John Gruden's record in Tampa Bay, and then tell me that.
Well, my thing with my thing with John Gruden is he's very prejudiced, and I don't mean prejudice. I mean
Yeah, you got one
I
Super
mean
Bowl, but
I mean the
whoop de
R
doo.
word.
But
You know,
yeah, yeah, that.
he is very much the R word. I hate to say it, but that's a big reason
Um,
why I would not want John Gruden.
like a Mike Tomlin. I actually do like Mike Tomlin.
Yeah, Mike Tomlin,
There's a
sure,
lot of great things to
sure,
like about this dude. You know, Pittsburgh's only had 3 coaches in their entire time.
right?
Um, but looking at Mike Tomlin's overall record, you're thinking, well, But if you look at how he coaches, that's a totally different thing because he coaches with integrity. He coach these players follow him in the locker room. They want to play for him, you
Yeah.
know,
Besides,
and
give me Tony Dungy over John Gruden any day.
yeah, yeah. But I mean, Mike Tomlin is he's a great guy. He's a straight up honest and great guy. I mean, yeah, you're not seeing success in Pittsburgh right now, but get him a proper GM that knows what he's doing in Pittsburgh, that can get you the weapons that you need to coach with. You know, and I feel like Mike Tomlin is just getting an unfair shake right now. He's not. He's getting blamed for all this, but he's not getting the weapons that he needs. He's being handicapped. We've seen what he can do when he has the weapons that he needs to coach with. The proper players. I
So
mean, you've seen the rings. Come on.
Most Windu says he wishes he would have that we would have given Teddy Bridgewater another chance. So my thing with Teddy Bridgewater, we're not really getting
Yeah,
any
go ahead first.
we're not really getting anything more than a game manager. I mean, realistically, I don't
Mm.
I don't dislike Teddy
All right. So
Bridgewater,
Teddy,
but I don't think we're getting any more than a game manager with him.
and I mean that was acceptable at the time because he's is exactly like his name implies. He's a bridge.
Yeah, that
He's
too.
a bridge quarterback. Okay. Uh, for a little bit, I thought, okay, well maybe Teddy could be a little bit more than that if you put him under the right coaching. You give him the right weapons. You give him an O line that'll protect him. Yeah, Teddy's got potential to be a little bit more than that. He could turn into a Ryan Tannehill at that point and get to that next level.
Perhaps.
But you got to give him what he needs, and we never did. We just kept stepping on him and ruining him.
Um,
And the Saints did the same thing. They didn't give him anything either, you know. But he did well in Minnesota because they gave him what he needed. But again, he's no more than a second string quarterback. At the end of the day, he's probably one of the best backup quarterbacks there is. I would still value Cam over Teddy Bridgewater at this point. But
mhm.
at the time, I wanted Teddy Bridgewater in 2016 or 17 to back up Cam Newton and then Joe Webb. Imagine that. All 3 quarterbacks played the same system
Mhm.
at their respective levels under Joe Brady. I mean, not under Joe Brady, but Ken Dorsey as the quarterback coach and a proper offensive coordinator that knows what he's doing. Imagine that. Imagine an offensive coordinator just letting all 3 of them do what they do best in their respective system.
Mhm.
that could be a nasty quarterback room. If you give them the weapons they need, proper protection, proper scheming,
Hmm.
that could be nasty. I wanted that, but at the time, the best available free agent quarterback that was available, 14 or 15, was Derek Anderson. So I was like, okay, take what we can get. Take what we can get. We still got Ken Dorsey, quarterback coach. I trust this. I trust that we can succeed with this.
So, Mr. Gemini asks, who should we go after as head coach after Frank Reich? So, for me, there's four that come to mind. For
Okay.
me, um, actually, five. I'll give you five. If you want to consider promoting within house, either Ajaro Avero,
Hmm.
Deuce Staley.
Yep.
So one of those two.
Yep.
If you want to go outside of that, the other three for me, Ben Johnson. I would try my luck at trying to get him over here. Ben Johnson, offensive coordinator for the Lions.
Hmm.
I would
I agree.
try to pry Eric Bieniemy because this would be his first head coaching opportunity. Like
Yep.
if
Yep.
anything, this would be the opportunity to give him that head coaching position
Yep. I agree.
to let him have a shot. Or
Surprised he even took a job in Washington.
or five, and this is somebody who has even defeated us before, and that is current offensive coordinator of the Bengals, Brian Callahan, who was there with the Denver Broncos when they beat us in Super Bowl 50.
Ooh, good find. Good find. I wasn't even looking at him.
Those are my five off the top of my head. Those are
I
five
like it.
choices. Coach
I like it.
Ajaro Avero, Deuce Staley, Ben Johnson, Eric Bieniemy, Brian Callahan.
Yep. I agree with all five of those. I don't think there's anyone I would add to that one at this point or take away. I'm right on target with you on that.
Yeah,
Um,
I
all five of them deserve to have their name in the hat. And
yeah.
here's the thing about Ajaro: if he doesn't get the head coaching job here, he will get the head coaching job somewhere else. They were already talking about that before we even started the season.
Yeah.
In
Um
house, I vote Deuce Staley.
yeah, most Windu agrees. Do Staley. Um
Mm-hmm.
Damien says, "Would y'all make a trade for Kyle Trask?" What? No.
No, no, no. Let me tell you what we should do instead. And this is gonna make a lot of people unhappy, but we have our third quarterback right in house right now. He's on our practice squad, Jake Lutz.
Oh, Jake Lutz.
And a lot of people are going to be like, "Oh, Jake Lutz." No, no. Give him time. Give him reps. Why is this man not on our 53-man roster right now as a third quarterback? Why do we have six tight ends? Move one. Put him in. We had too many quarterback injuries in our history not to do this. We're already seeing an injury history with our O line now. Why are we letting history repeat itself? Put him on the 53, please. Frank, this is all you. You can do this. You have that power. But you're too busy wasting it on players that don't deserve that spot.
Um David says, as a fan, I think Cam is getting treated bad by the NFL and media. They didn't do this to Tom Brady, Manning, etc., all the greats. I feel like Cam gave it his all. Let's be real. Injuries happen, but you always heal. Stop bashing greatness. Which is Just true. That bothers me. Cam should be on the team now. Well, rumor is
It's interesting.
supposedly the Browns, like there's talks about maybe the Browns pursuing Cam. That's what a rumor is. That's what the rumor is. So we'll see. We'll
Can
see.
I just can I gotta push back on this one a little bit
What you got?
because just just a hair because I saw a YouTube short of Cam saying uh that he was not giving the Super Bowl his all. He felt distracted. He felt lost.
Interesting.
Yeah, let me try to find that for you because I think that's worth listening to and exploring.
Uh,
Um, and it's on his channel. Hold on.
Mr. Gemini says if Tepper doesn't have any of those in his list, then I don't know. Well, he better start. He better start putting on his thinking cap and make some moves because his head coaching selections haven't been good so far. So third time better be the charm, Mr. Gemini. That's all I can say. Most Windu
There
says
it is.
here's a question. When Odell Beckham was a free agent, do you think we should have picked him up? Personally,
No,
no, because despite how great he is, two issues I have with him. One, his attitude. Two, he can't stay healthy.
facts.
That's my only thing with Odell Beckham. Great wide receiver, no doubt. Great
Oh
wide
yeah.
receiver.
Oh
But
yeah.
the but
He's
the
starting to turn it back on too.
but the dude has had some health issues, since pretty much after his first stint in Cleveland. Like
Yeah.
dude
All right. So
has not been able to make it through a season. So that kind of worries me. So
all right. I sent the clip to you, by the way.
oh, okay.
Yep. It's clean, so you can play it.
Okay. Let's see what we got here. Oh, let me switch to
This was Cam talking about his loss in the Super Bowl.
okay. Let me see. Oh, hold on. Ah, what
You
the heck?
can play. You can share the videos and stuff on Zoom and watch
Okay.
videos together on
Played
Zoom.
Oh, here
Denver
here it goes. I
week
just
10, that Cam would
here,
have
let
beat the
me
fuck out of
let
him.
me
But
replay it. Let me replay it. All right. Here it goes.
In the Super Bowl 2015, you're like, damn, how did I mess up the biggest opportunity of my life?
life.
So my question for you is do you still look at it as the biggest opportunity of your life, 10 years later?
No.
Can you explain?
First off, the NFL is not rigged. Let's just put it like that. If we would have played Denver week 10, that Cam would have beat the fuck out
Kinda
of him.
takes you
But
off
that Cam didn't
guard, doesn't
play
it?
that day. I felt tired. I was overwhelmed. It was just a lot that I just was like, bro, I can't wait for this shit to be over with. You know what I'm saying? Because that's a long
Yeah,
season, bro.
it
And
takes
then
you off
boom,
guard,
that season
doesn't it?
ended in
Because
February.
like
Bro,
that's how I
OTAs start
reacted when
down
I
there in
first
March.
saw it,
But when I
and
look
I was
back at
like,
it now,
did he
shit,
really just say some of this stuff?
I enjoyed it. And I don't think
Yeah,
life would
and
be the best analogy of
he's
that specific situation. It was a chapter for sure.
In the Super Bowl
Interesting.
still
2015,
hesitant
you're
to
like,
answer
damn,
your
how did I
question about
mess
the
up the
fumble, by the way,
biggest
and I don't
opportunity of
blame
my
him.
life?
But
Life.
So my question for
my
you
whole
is
thing
do you
is,
still
I've
look
already
at it as the
proven
biggest
that the
opportunity of
fumble
your life, 10
that
years
he
later?
would not
No.
dive
Can you
on
explain?
is
First
a bunch
off,
of
the
garbage.
NFL is not rigged. Let's just
So
put it like that. If
that's
we
a
would have
banned subject
played
on my channel, by the way.
Denver
We can
week
still
10,
talk about it
that
on this
Cam,
one, but it's a banned one on mine because it triggers me. But I'm bringing it up. That's the difference here. Okay, and that's why I'm allowing it right now. But this man, you can't question his integrity and his love for the game. You
Yeah.
know, he had so much passion and energy when he was winning that, of course, when you lose a big game like that, of course you're going to feel the downfall. You're going to feel the crash and burn just as much as you are the highs.
Right.
And this fan base knows exactly how that feels because we're
In a
an
Super Bowl
emotional fan base.
2015,
You know,
you're
we
like, damn.
ride the highs, we hit the lows.
Right.
You know, when the team does, and we hit it harder than any other fan base I've seen out there, both ways. So I'm not surprised to see everybody as pissed off as they are. You know, consider where we are.
Right.
It doesn't surprise me a bit.
Um. But yeah, most Windu says injury prone. I had a feeling you were going to say that, but I thought he could have been great teaming up with DJ Moore. Talking about Odell. I mean, like I said,
Mm,
excellent weapon, but
yeah,
he can't stay healthy. He hasn't played a full
right.
season since his first stint with Cleveland. So, you know, that's the only thing, and he's a diva. I mean, I hate to say it, but
Yeah.
yeah. Aside from
And
that,
people
dude
want
is
to
a great
say
player.
that, oh, if you're injured and you're off the field for a certain amount of time, oh, you're a bust. Is Odell Beckham a bust?
No, no,
Is
no,
he a
no, no, no,
bust?
no, no, definitely not.
Ladies and gentlemen, is he a bust? No, he is not.
He's got a Super Bowl for
So
crying out
y'all
loud.
need to stop that. Y'all need to stop that nonsense. Miss me with that garbage.
Not to
All right?
mention, he scored the first touchdown with the Rams in the Super Bowl.
Exactly. Miss me with that illogical nonsense, man.
Y'all best believe they would have kept going back to him if he would have
Facts.
wouldn't have got injured. You best believe. I mean,
Facts.
yes, I understand they
They
had
were about
Cooper
to
Cup.
start feeding him like Steve Smith out there, man.
I understand they still had Cooper Cup. You know, don't want to take anything away from him, but I mean,
He wanted that ball.
Odell Beckham Jr. scored the first touchdown in that Super Bowl. So I mean,
And he was not satisfied either. He wanted that ball. He wanted to feed him.
yeah,
He was like, I want it all.
that's why he was in tears when he got hurt. Like,
Yeah. I
you
feel
know,
that so much, man. I feel that so much. If you've been a player and you got that much passion for the game and you get to that level and you put your heart on your sleeve and you do everything you can to help your team win.
mm,
You make big plays, you get them to the Super Bowl, and then you can't make plays any further than that because you're injured, and it's just like,
yeah,
man, I
exactly,
feel that though. I
yeah.
feel that.
Um, it
That
was
hurt my heart though.
I mean, it was
I
kind
feel
of.
you though.
I can imagine that was kind of how Luke Kuechly felt when he had that last
Exactly. I
injury
was about to say that.
before that led to him retiring. And I know that
Facts.
I know that
Facts.
that decision had to hurt the deepest depths of his heart and soul
Yep.
when he made that
You could
decision.
see it in his face, man. The man was bawling on national television. And we all felt that pain, dude. We all felt it. Every one of us. If you
I'm
say you didn't, you're lying.
yeah. Like, and even if there's just folks just joining, or seeing, recently what Carolina has been through, I don't think some of the folks out there have
Yeah.
really understood how ginormous, like Godzilla size, 10 Godzilla sizes put together
Mm-hmm.
that Luke meant to this defense.
Facts.
Like, I
That was the
know,
epitome of keep pounding to me.
I know we
Was
have
that
a,
man right there.
I know we currently have a bend but don't break defense, but when we had Luke Kuechly, like,
After Sam Mills, that man epitomized the whole saying of keep pounding to me.
we're literally talking about somebody that had audible war with Peyton Manning.
God, it was magical. Nobody will ever talk about that when it comes to Super Bowl 50, but what a beautiful chess match.
Exactly.
Beautiful. God, man.
Let's keep it real. Yes, Denver scored 24 points, but let's keep it real. How many of those
Wow.
were off of turnovers? and all the offense had to do was clean up.
Oh man,
Not to mention
I've
Peyton
never
Man.
seen anybody do that to Peyton.
Not to mention
Nobody.
Peyton Manning had a trash game that Super Bowl 50.
That man was so out of sorts you could see him physically sweat. I've never seen that happen with Peyton. Never, and I've been watching him for 15 years.
Yeah.
Basically his whole career. I've never seen that man sweat
Y'all
as
want
much as he
y'all
did in that
y'all
first
want
half.
proof of that? Y'all want me to remind y'all proof of that? 13 of 23, 141 yards, sacked 5 times, no touchdowns, 1 interception. A QBR of
Wow.
8.6.
And keep in mind, he had been shredding defenses all year long. Shredding them to bits. In classic Peyton Manning style.
Most Windu says Big Luke was a monster. Facts. Like,
Facts, man.
I mean,
He was an animal.
when you can say that you can beat Peyton Manning in an audible war,
Mm-hmm.
like,
You're a legend. You're a legend in my eyes. You're a legend.
like,
No doubt.
yes, Luke was
That's
a
Hall of Fame worthy right there.
Luke was a playmaker. At the end of the day, he executed what was on his mind. But
Mm-hmm.
the intelligence of that man, like, some would say that he's a borderline defensive genius.
I agree.
Like, I tell you what, I would fear for any team that would have to go up against another team that has a defense coached by Luke Kuechly in some form of fashion.
I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree. Linebackers coach at the very bare minimum. And they tried to hire him as a scouts man. Which I mean, yeah, he knows how to scout players, but that's not his niche.
Right.
You're putting him at the wrong niche, guys. That's not his niche. You want him as a linebacker coach, you want him as a defensive coordinator. I guarantee you, with the knowledge Luke Kuechly had back then, he would run circles around Ejiro Evero. He would. That's the level of intelligence Luke Kuechly had. And I'm not exaggerating. That's a bold statement, too, considering Ejiro's success right now.
And I understand that most people may say one of his weaknesses, or very little weaknesses
Mm-hmm.
was he only had 12 and a half total or excuse me, 14 and a half total sacks. But you know what?
Yeah,
He didn't need to be a sack machine.
that's correct.
You
He
want
didn't need to be an interception machine. He could have been if he wanted to. He
oh
just didn't
oh
want to be tackled.
interceptions was one of his specialties. The dude had 18 in the regular season, 3 in the postseason. So yeah, interceptions was his specialty. Let's not kid ourselves.
Yeah.
But
That's because he had those plays read before the quarterback even looked around.
but when it comes to tackling,
Yeah.
how often do you see this? Did you see this man miss a tackle?
That man was an animal.
Not
The
to
only time you
mention,
ever saw him miss tackles was the last 2 years of his career. That was after the concussion.
but
And I
but
didn't even blame him.
But the thing that stood out about him, he wouldn't just run to the guy and just be like, oh, oh, oh. He would run straight through a guy,
Exactly.
even
Like a
if
freight train.
he wasn't able to hold on. He would go straight at him. He wouldn't hesitate. He would go straight at him.
That's right. That's what I want to see out of these defensive players. Take a chapter out of that book right there.
And
Learn from Luke Kuechly.
you know what? He started that immediately his rookie year, especially when he had
Mm-hmm.
especially when he debuted with 103 solo tackles. 103 solo by
God.
himself. By himself.
You know, the interesting thing is a lot of Panther fans were like, why did we draft this dude when we needed an offensive lineman? And they're like, wait a minute. And then they started really seeing what this man could do, and they're like, whoa, we just drafted a gold mine. They had no clue. They didn't even know who he was. And
Oh
all of a sudden, here he
no!
comes.
Odell just got hurt. Seriously?
We were
Shoulder
just
injury.
talking about you, Odell.
Shoulder injury. Oh my.
Oh no.
See, Most Windu? See what I mean? See what I mean?
Oh my goodness.
Oh my
That just further
God.
illustrates my man's point right here.
The dude, I hate it for him, but the dude can't stay healthy.
Wow.
Damien says, to be fair, that Rams team was already going to be in the Super Bowl before he got there. That team was stacked. Oh, facts. I mean,
Fair point. Fair point.
after all, they were in a Super Bowl a couple of seasons before that. So yeah,
Fair point.
I totally get it. He also says, F. Peyton Manning, I still have flashbacks from the '06 Super Bowl, which is understandable as a Bears fan, which is understandable. Totally
Yeah,
understandable.
totally understandable. Mm-hmm.
Kevin is back. He says,
I'm just tired.
what was the score prediction for this game? Me personally, I'll be nice and give us 10 points. Cowboys
Uh,
Cowboys probably at least 30. I'll say 35.
35 to either 7 or 10.
Yeah, 35 to 7 or 10. I can be on
And
board
that
with that.
7 points comes from special teams, by the way.
Oh, you think it'll be another special teams touchdown?
Yep. Yep.
Well, it's
They're on a roll right now. Why
another
not?
Smith Marset touchdown. Hey, I mean, hey, don't be surprised.
If
I
it's
mean,
working, don't break it.
yeah. Kevin said, of course, Ray Lewis, Luke Kuechly, Ed Reed are some of the best players to ever play the game on defense. Facts.
Facts. And don't
Um,
forget Troy Polamalu.
oh,
He
especially
absolutely,
Troy Polamalu. Yes.
that man revolutionized safety. I'll never understand how this man was 5 feet from every single play, wherever that ball was on the field. It didn't matter if it was 180 degrees on the other side of the field. That man was over there
And
every single play.
the thing is
I'm
not
like, that is incredible.
and the thing is not really a big dude. He was only 5'10", 207 pounds. Was not
The
really a big dude.
intelligence of Troy Polamalu is incredible. I've never seen any other safety be able to pull that off. Never. It'll take 100 years before you see a safety pull that off again.
Yep. This is true. This is true.
That plus there's 3 NFL rules just because of how vicious he was as a tackler.
Oh, and of course, he's in the Hall of Fame, by the way.
Yep. Rightfully so. He deserves it.
Yep. But yeah, Troy Polamalu, I mean,
What an animal. God. He made it fun to watch Steelers football. I'll say that. And I'm not even a Steelers fan. And I just generally enjoyed watching him. Just strictly him by himself. If not Big Ben and all the weapons that he had on offense. But just strictly him on defense was worth watching an entire Steelers game.
and not to mention, like, and I know he won
It was
2 Super Bowls.
fascinating.
And I know he won 2 Super Bowls, of course, 05 and 08. But here's a
Ooh,
crazy stat. In
I can see it.
08, do y'all know how many passes deflected he had in 08? 17.
Good Lord. That just shows you the intelligence of Troy and how much film study he does. Like, he just knows exactly where these plays are going to be. He's there every single play within 5 feet. It was fascinating to me.
Yeah.
Absolutely fascinating. Even if he's not making the play, he's within 5 feet of it, of the ball carrier at all times.
Not to mention, the dude had 32 interceptions. That's a lot for a safety, if you ask
Yeah,
me.
yeah,
That's a lot for a safety. Um, Kevin says their intelligence was next level. Very smart players and talented. Luke did so much in coverage on the field. Yeah. Oh yeah.
yes. These players today could learn so much from Luke Kuechly. So much in
Uh,
coverage alone.
Kevin says Frankie Louvu kind of plays like a Troy Polamalu, high energy guy.
I can see it. I can see it a little bit. He reminds me more of AJ Klein because of the run stopping ability. But yes, I could see it. He's
Uh,
not
yeah.
he's not quite there on the intelligence level, but or the vocal ability. But he's definitely going to be the next leader of this defense. Definitely, no question.
Oh yeah. Yes, indeed. Um, let's see. Oh, both
Sean Taylor was the man. Yep, he sure was. Yeah,
agreed. Definitely agreed.
yeah.
Um, David says, I'll say it again. If we beat Dallas, I'll be happy. If we lose, I'll be happy because Frank is stupid. So there, any given Sunday, baby. I mean, I can admire your
Yeah.
attitude on that. Can definitely admire
Either
that.
way.
Damien
Yeah.
says, Troy was the most loyal player. I'm shocked he never went to other teams. Yep, played
Yeah,
his
it's very
entire.
rare when you see a player go through his entire career with one organization. Very
Yep.
rare. And
His.
Luke Kuechly did, and I'm so happy, man. I'm
Yep.
so happy. Can you imagine Luke Kuechly playing for somebody else and we have to play against that?
Oh
No.
Lord.
We're screwed.
Yeah, that would scare the crap out of me. But yeah,
Oh God.
Polamalu played
Yeah, it would.
his entire 11-year career
Oh
with
my
with
God.
the
We
in
had
the
to play
Steel
against
City.
Thomas Davis, and that scared me. That was just a flash in the pan of what Luke Kuechly in his prime was going to bring.
Yeah, exactly. And we saw what happened
Terrifying.
we saw what happened when we faced Steve Smith. He embarrassed us.
Uh-huh. Julius Peppers as well. This is
Yep.
why you cannot let go of these types of players. You better keep Frankie, man. You better. You better. You better pay that man. That's the one player you better pay.
Yeah, indeed. Most Windu says I really wish Barry Sanders would have gotten a ring.
Oh, me too. Barry
So
Sanders definitely deserved it. Great guy right there.
that's the thing with. Hmm. So
There's a lot of great players that deserved rings, in
my
my opinion.
my thing is, if only they did well enough elsewhere in the offense. Like Barry Sanders was the offense.
Yeah, yeah.
And I mean, I know they got
But they
close.
were with trash teams.
Yeah. And don't get me wrong. He's had a good handful of playoff appearances, of course. I mean, Barry
Yeah.
Sanders is still the man when it comes to
Yep.
running back.
Yep.
What was the big competition? It was Emmitt Smith and it was Barry Sanders. Like those were the two main guys you watch. And don't get me wrong, that's not to take anything away from Barry
Right.
Foster and Thurman
Right.
Thomas. They were great too.
Right.
But I think when you really think about it, that battle between Emmitt Smith and Barry Sanders, who was gonna
What
win
a
out?
battle.
Like that was the battle.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it
That
even
was
goes
epic.
as far back as to Tecmo Super Bowl. It,
Yep.
like you either pick the Cowboys or the Lions, and what would you do? You ran so much 90% of the time with Emmitt
Yep.
Smith or Barry Sanders.
Right.
Yeah. I know Bo Jackson was there first. Shut up.
Yeah.
Not to take away from Bo Jackson. I know Bo Jackson. But we're talking about Barry Sanders here. Oh man. Uh
Oh my lord.
let's see. Um ooh. Mr. Gemini says, would y'all choose Troy Polamalu over Ed Reed? Ooh.
Yes. Yes.
Ooh.
Yes. I would.
Well, so Corey says yes. Like instantly yes.
I like Ed Reed, don't get me wrong, but Troy Polamalu is my dude, man. Troy is my guy. If you want somebody that's going to be within 5 yards of every play, if you want somebody that's going to be an interception machine and a pass deflection machine, and you want somebody that's going to diagnose a play before the ball is even snapped and revolutionize how these players are being hit on the field, it's Troy all the way for me. Ed Reed didn't hit people like that. He wasn't violent like that.
So
He would hit people. He don't get me wrong, he would hit people. Don't get it twisted, but he did not hit people like Troy Polamalu did. Troy was on a dang mission every time he got on that field, every play.
so hmm. So I know that Troy won Super Bowl more than Ed Reed. Like
And I mean, not to take anything away from Ed Reed because Ed Reed is awesome too. I love Ed Reed too.
he does have 64
But given the choice, oh yeah, Troy.
he does have 64 career interceptions. That's
I mean, that's true.
I mean that's
That's
double.
true.
That is double what Troy. Honestly,
It's a tough call. It is.
it's
I'm not
it's
gonna
it's
lie to
kind
you.
of it's kind of an even matchup because they both were in the
It's
league
whoever
for the
you
same.
favor, really.
They were both in the league for the same number of years.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, honestly, and both are Hall of Famers. Both are Hall of Famers.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's all good, buddy.
To be honest, Corey says Troy, and I get it. I totally get it.
It's whoever you favor, really. To be honest with you, because during that time, that was a huge debate over that. It's whoever you favor. They're both coming in with their own amazing things.
I don't
So
think you could go. I don't think you could go wrong with either. Like
I
one over the
agree. I
other.
agree.
I don't think you can go wrong with either.
I agree with that. Definitely agree.
Um, I definitely wouldn't consider one sloppy seconds to the other. That's for sure.
Right, right. It was a very close matchup between those two.
Um,
Brian Dawkins too. Okay.
my brother is a big fan of him, which of course he played for the Eagles. So,
Right.
um,
And Brian Dawkins was a former Clemson Tiger too.
true, true.
And I loved Brian Dawkins. Dude, he was an animal.
Right.
And he came in and just played like he wanted it, man. He was playing hungry like it was his first day
Ooh, Damien
every time he came
says
out there. Yeah, that
Damien
Steve Smith type hunger.
Damien says, who do y'all feel bad the most for, Barry Sanders or Megatron? Barry Sanders.
Barry Sanders.
Barry Sanders was literally the heart of the Detroit Lions for so
That's a
long.
fact. That's a
Like,
fact.
because I mean, who else do you really
If
remember?
they were to build around Barry Sanders, they would actually do a lot of damage
Yeah,
back then.
because I mean, you could go to the Cowboys and say Emmitt Smith, Troy
Yeah.
Aikman,
Mm-hmm.
Daryl Johnston, Michael Irvin, you know,
Don't forget about LT too.
LT.
LaDainian Tomlinson, man. LaDainian Tomlinson was an animal too.
But when you 9 times out of 10, when somebody mentioned the Detroit
Yeah.
Lions, when somebody mentioned the Detroit Lions, first thing that turns up, Barry Sanders.
Barry Sanders, absolutely 100%.
I mean,
I
just
mean, don't get it twisted. The second one is Megatron.
oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, for me it's
For
it's
me.
it's Sanders.
And then the third one is now Matthew Stafford.
Yeah, that's my three. That's my three.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But but yeah, like and like I
Walter
said,
Payton. Walter Payton in his era was his own animal.
oh,
You
for
know what I'm
sure.
saying? Like
For sure.
it's a different era of football. So I mean, it's like comparing apples to oranges, but still, Walter Payton during his time was definitely amazing.
Yes. And
Uh,
and you know
um,
what's pretty sad with Barry Sanders? He played his career in the NFL. He was pretty healthy throughout his
mm-hmm.
entire career.
That man deserved a ring, 100%. Yeah,
Like,
there's a lot of players that deserve a ring that didn't get one,
and
and they were just on trash teams. They were just in bad situations, and it just is what it was, you know. And the organizations just refused to let him go and go to a different team that would use their talents to get him a ring.
and somebody that was also an MVP. Not to mention, out of all
Yeah.
153 games he's played,
Mm-hmm.
or excuse me, 159 games he's played,
Mm-hmm.
on, only 2 games he didn't start. Only two.
Ooh, wow,
Only two,
wow,
which were just his rookie year.
crazy. Yeah, thinking back, that actually makes sense because every time I saw a Detroit Lions game, I
And not
saw him just plowing over defenses.
and not to mention, this man rushed for 1,000 yards or more every season he has played
Mm-hmm.
in the NFL.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Every from 1989 to 1998, he has always rushed for 1,000 or more
Yep.
yards.
How many running backs do you find in today's age that could do that? Despite a terrible Detroit offensive line behind you, multiple years.
Yep.
Nobody thinks about adding the offensive line into these conversations, but yes,
I
that
mean,
is a factor. You have to factor that in.
you try to be on the defense and you got to play against an offense with Barry Sanders
Oh yeah, Ndamukong as well. Yep.
or
Damn.
yeah, Ndamukong Suh. Yeah,
Mm-hmm. I saw that dude in person, bro. He is massive.
that he is.
Oh my god, man! What? Uh, I forget.
But
I think
at least
what
he
team were we training with that year in training camp? This dude walks up, and I swear, you're seeing him on TV. You're thinking, okay, this is a big dude, and then you see him in person. You're like, whoa.
yeah.
I,
But he did finally get a Super Bowl though. He did finally get a Super Bowl.
I was like, this dude against our O line, even in training camp, we're gonna get absolutely destroyed. Just on trails. I was like, oh no. Whew. Sue for you though. Whew. What
Yeah,
an
tell
animal.
me about it.
Let's see. Brian Burns and JC is coming back. Fathom that. Yep. I mean, yeah, it'll happen, but it won't make a difference against Dallas. Anybody like that nowadays? Shaking my head. Yeah, man. Truth. Truth. Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry could make that argument nowadays.
Yeah, got that right.
That's about the only one I could really. Maybe Ezekiel Elliott if he could stay healthy, but I just don't see it anymore now. Uh, Other than Derrick Henry, I could see Nick Chubbs do it. Yeah.
Mm.
Well, Nick Chubbs. Didn't Nick Chubbs have an injury history?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Unfortunately. Unfortunately.
Oh man.
But let's see what else we got. But yeah, just incredible players, and we just, you know, and
And we
it's
let them go, man. This
yeah,
organization let all of these players go. Okay. Think about it this way, man. If you let go of some of the best players we have, Brian Burns and some of these other guys that we picked up, what do you think they're going to do with a better offense or a better defense on another team? They're going to put up the same numbers they put up before they came here as a free agent.
yeah. But we
They're
did
going to go
have
right back to business as usual.
we did have a few players that played their entire career with us. I mean, Luke Kuechly,
Yeah. Yeah.
Chris Gamble played his whole
Yeah.
career with us. It was only 9 seasons, but I mean, he still leads as the franchise leader in interceptions. So hey,
You got to be careful who you cut, man. That's my main point is be careful who you cut because they will always come back to bite you. Even the kicker, Graham Gano, came back to bite us, man. Even the
yep,
kicker.
sure enough did.
I mean, if that doesn't put a nail in the coffin of that conversation right there, I don't know what does.
Oh yeah, Charles Johnson. He played his whole career with Carolina.
Yeah,
That's right.
yeah, he did. He
Sure
did.
did.
Mm-hmm. We played against Greg Hardy too. I forgot about that. Yes, we put.
Oof.
Oh no!
I
You
forgot
see
about
what
that.
happens when somebody of that caliber goes to another team and plays against us. It never ends well.
Yeah.
Don't be stupid with these players. Please don't be stupid with these players.
Can't be stupid. Don't be stupid.
We only get these guys every once in a blue moon now.
Yeah.
And it's hard to draft that kind of talent. It's going to other teams now because we're missing out on them. And because we're not doing our proper due diligence with scouting. And you got to look at the scouting teams now, too. Okay, are they doing their jobs properly? I mean, everybody's being put under a microscope right now. Nobody's getting off the hook. Uh, okay. I'll let you take that question. That's your area.
Oh. Oh, dang. Damien, you're a pro wrestling fan? Oh, snap. Okay. Sorry to get off topic for a
No,
minute
by all
here.
means, go for it.
But what are y'all's thoughts on one, Samoa Joe vacating the ROH television title, and two, WWE going to France next year for Backlash? For
I
Samoa,
don't pay much attention to wrestling myself, so I'll let him take this one.
oh, it's never too late.
True.
Samoa Joe, I mean, to be honest, it doesn't surprise me. I mean, he holds the record now for longest reigning ROH World Television Champion. So I mean, he's become too big for that belt, and time for him to move on to the biggest of the big, the AEW World Championship. So
Hmm.
I'm
He's
I'll
gotten
I'm
that
all
far,
for it.
huh?
Oh yeah.
Good for him.
So I'm all for that. And WWE going to France next year for Backlash. It sounds like they have plans to do a lot more international events for premium live events. I think that's cool. I think that's cool. I
Yeah,
mean, because why not?
yeah.
I think it's
Why
cool.
not? The NFL's doing the same thing. We're trying to get fans interested in Germany, to go out to the games and stuff. You've seen like what 3 or 4 games in Germany now.
Hmm.
I think we have one scheduled with the Chiefs next year in Germany. Am I not? Am I mistaken on that, or is that somewhere else?
I'm not too sure. You might be right, but I'm not too sure.
Um, I know that we have a big German fan base out there, you know,
Yeah,
and
yeah, fair point.
Australian is what as well. Uh, Shout out to the my my buddy from Japan. That's a Panthers fan as well. That comes out to my streams
Oh,
every once in a
nice.
while. Yeah, I mean we get them from all over, bro. And that's the benefit of making it to the Super Bowl is you get people from all other countries that you would not even dream that they had that many fans. And they come into your chats and stuff. If we can get there again, man, just imagine the reach that we would have because everybody knew who our players were at that point. We were a household name, dude.
Yeah,
All
no
our
kidding.
players, even as low on the totem pole as Brenton Burson, everybody knew who he was. You
Yep.
know, and it was so cool. You know, I was just like, when you mentioned the player's name on this team, everybody's just like, "Oh yeah, 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 I know this player. I know this player. He did this and this and this in the Super Bowl." And I'm like, "Yep, you're right."
This is true.
Yeah, and I love having those conversations with Panthers fans. That's the type of conversations I want to have when I'm trying to promote for my channel and for promote for yours as well. That's what I want to get back to, man.
We
Do
need
you
it.
see this hat? Do you see this hat? That's
Oh,
what I want to
yeah.
start wearing.
We
Show me a reason to start wearing this hat again.
we need it.
Do you know how rare this merchandise is nowadays? You can't get this anywhere. It is so hard to find a Super Bowl 50 hat. It's so hard to find these. Super Bowl 50 jerseys, t shirts, anything. They're gone. They're gone, bro. It's
Mm,
been a decade.
yikes.
We need to get back there, man. It's just, oh man, I miss that.
Yeah,
You know what's
most
fun?
most
I
definitely.
found an old Super Bowl Panthers pennant in an old antique shop. The last place I would expect to find that. And I was just going, you know it's bad when our stuff ends up in an antique shop.
Yeah. Ugh. Oof.
Sheesh.
Oof.
That's how long it's been, guys. Come on.
Yikes.
This has got to stop. We need to fix this team. Ouch, man.
Hey,
Ouch.
Damien, I gotta see you. I want to see you comment on some of the pro wrestling talk videos I do whenever you can, if you choose to. But
Yeah.
good to
Yeah.
good
Get
to
yourself involved, buddy.
yeah, good to hear from you. Um, but
Yeah.
yeah. Um,
Attitude era. Okay.
yeah.
Man.
That which was a good time, which was a really good time.
Damien 9704 was the best. Okay, yep. Yep. 97 to 04. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I used to follow the old days when Vince McMahon was in charge of everything, and it was just like Kane, Undertaker, Kurt Angle and all them, double WWF before
Oh, right on, right on.
a chance to WWE. So yeah, I was around for all that. Stone Cold Steve Austin, the Hardy Boys. Funny story. Okay, I got the piranha of one of the Hardy Boys. It wasn't Jeff, it was the other one. Chris
Matt.
Benoit.
Matt. Matt Hardy.
Oh, Matt Hardy. Oh no, it was Chris Benoit. It was
Oh,
Chris Benoit's um piranha that he had in like this pool in his backyard of his house.
oh, interesting.
And they would feed it dog food. Okay. So this piranha was like humongous, dude. It was like this big.
Jeez.
The teeth were like literally this long.
Mm.
I have that hanging in my house right now. It's
Interesting.
in my house.
Very, very interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, those. Yeah.
Fun story there.
Piranhas, man. They also kind of they also kind of remind me of the cookie cutter sharks as well.
I can just see a man's brain just going, how do I reply to this?
Yeah. Which
Well,
let me remind y'all, cookie cutter sharks are a thing. They are
they
a
are.
thing.
They're very much a thing.
Yes.
Oh wow. Oh.
As crazy as that sounds, they are a thing.
Oh, I've got stories galore when it comes to music stuff.
Oh man.
Give me anytime, y'all, about music stories. I got plenty of them.
There you go.
I've been around the block a few times. So, but yeah, how do we begin to fix this team? Um, like I said, we need to fire Frank immediately. Don't even wait. Don't pass go. Don't collect $200. Just fire him.
Just out. Get him out.
Just buy. If I was owner, he would be out on his butt already. As soon as he uttered the words, I'm thinking about. No, I wouldn't even let him finish that sentence. I wouldn't even let him finish that sentence, dog. I'd have him off that podium so fast you wouldn't be able to blink. You better not say what I think you're about to say, son, because you'll be cleaning out that office today. Don't say it. Don't you say it.
Mm.
You do not want to undermine my authority as a billionaire owner right now and make me look like a fool. Nope. And then fire Josh McCown. Hire Ken Dorsey. Put Deuce Staley in as head coach. Have meetings with Campen and the D-line coach. Ask them what the heck they're teaching these players fundamentals wise. Immediately sign Andrew Norwell. Re-sign Deontay Brown because that was a mistake. And get rid of one of the tight ends we're not using. And then see who's available, as far as free agents. We'll see from there, as far as what we want to plug in. But let them play one game against the Cowboys just to test everybody out. It's a test game. Everybody knows that's a burn game. We're not winning it. So you might as well test people, right?
Mm-hmm.
You put Cade Mays in, and we just test it. We test everybody.
Yeah, we gotta
find out what we have. And Deuce will be able to figure out what we have from there and go from there. Okay, this is what we need to do. This is where we need to improve.
Oh, quick, just a quick comment. Quick comment. Blitz, who is your favorite wrestler of all time? The Great Muta. All right, continue.
But if we fix the fundamentals, on the line. We'll see, which players are cutting it, which players are not cutting it. Who do we need to move? Who do we need to keep? What do we need to do? In order to keep this thing moving. Production wise, how do we push forward to the next level?
Mm-hmm.
And I think utilize Troy Hill a lot. Utilize, put Jeremy Chin back at safety where he belongs because you're misusing him. I don't mind him as a linebacker, but you're misusing him. His niche is safety.
Mm.
He was so much more free to be able to do what he was able to do back there and make more plays. He was making triple the plays back there that he's making right now because you're handicapping him. And Ajaro, please, man, listen to me when I say this. Let the man be free. Let him do what he does. You're handicapping him right now, and it's hurting our defense. We could be an even better defense if you'd stop handicapping them. Now, I understand you like your blitz packages. I understand you like your packages where you have people on the line pushing because it's a 3-4. Okay, some of these guys don't belong on a 3-4 defense. And you're trying to push them into a 3-4 defense, and they're 4-3 guys. Chin is one of those men. You don't want to do that. It stifles these guys, man. Yes, they can do it at that level. I'm not saying they can't. But at what point do you start to lose that talent? All right. Say, for example, Mike Rimmers, okay?
Uh-oh.
Okay. No. Hear me out. Now, Mike Rimmers, when he was drafted to be a right tackle. He was average at right tackle, but he was garbage at left. This is why you don't move people out of their original position, because they will lose their talent and they will degrade over time. Talent-wise, you will not get the same result you got out of them on the other side. So this is the same thing with defensive players. When you move these people out of the positions they're naturally niched at and they're naturally good at, you're going to get half the results you're looking for. So that's why I started having questions when we started moving people around. Like Chin moving to linebacker, all these players just moving out of their natural position. I'm like, Jaro, you do understand niches, right? You do understand this? Not to undermine his intelligence, as a defensive coordinator, because he's very intelligent, and it ended up working pretty well. But at the same time, I'm like, I don't know about this.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't feel right to me. You guys ever have an out of body experience? That's what it feels like.
Yeah, that's understandable.
That's what it felt like to me when he started moving people around. I'm like, let me be back in my body, please. Let me back in my body. This
No, fair
doesn't feel
point.
right.
Fair point.
So I feel like, if we can put the right players in the right spots and we can keep these guys as healthy as we can get them, there's certain ways you can keep these guys healthy, rather than just football related injuries. The turf is one. I mentioned that several times over.
Yes.
The second one is warm up drills. Now, a lot of people don't realize this, and I made a video about this and actually pulled attention to this. And nobody else really paid any attention to it. Ron Rivera, in his last year during training camp, instituted new warm up stretch drills.
Oh, interesting.
You know,
Okay.
before they even started doing drills, their regular drills. I don't think many people remember this, but even today we are still doing those same stretch drills. And I pointed this out to you, Blitz, when you came up there.
True.
Um, but you'll notice them just doing all kinds of leg kicks and leg stretches and stuff like that. And it worked. Lo and behold, it worked. The amount of injuries went down during training camp. And I said, hold up a minute. You mean to tell me we could have been doing this the whole time? So nowadays, that those same stretch drills are still in place. And I'm like, okay. Okay. So
Okay.
now, how do you expand on that? How do you expand on that during practices, you know, during regular season?
Mm-hmm.
How do you to prevent more injuries because half our injuries are coming from practices. You know, what
Yes.
type of stretch drills are we doing? What type of fundamental drills are we doing? And I noticed that Tepper is out there watching, and I wanted to see, you know, how much of this does he understand that
Good.
we're doing?
Good question.
It made me question that, and I'm like, huh. If he understands as much as I think he does, then it puts that idea of everybody thinking, oh, this guy's just a billionaire and he doesn't know what he's talking about. You know, he doesn't know what he's doing, you know, type business, and he only cares about money.
Oof.
Idea to rest. That's what I want to happen. I want that because so many people are just using that as a crutch just to go after Tepper. They don't even understand the fact that, yes, he hired Frank and he hired Matt Rule, you know, but they want to go after that instead, using that as a crutch, you know, for going after Tepper. And I'm like, no, no. If you're going to go after Tepper, go after him for the right reasons. But my thing is, Frank's the one you need to go after. That's the one we need to be protesting. This man has single handedly ruined this year. Single handedly. In a lot of ways. Scott has given you the weapons that you needed. On paper, we should have won 10 games. At least 8. At least 8, ladies and gentlemen.
Uh-oh.
You can go down the list right now. And I'll tell you the winnable games that we could have had. Had we had a competent head coach and a competent offense coordinator running this thing with a good scheme. Now, I'm not saying that Thomas Brown isn't competent. And, you know, I'm just saying he hasn't had the fair shake that he deserves.
Gotcha.
But, okay, imagine a better offensive coordinator than Thomas Brown. Somebody that really, really knows what they're doing. You know, say a Ken Dorsey, you know, at the beginning of the year. And the Bills were really stupid for letting him go, by the way.
Yeah.
Stupid.
Many people are voicing their
But
displeasure. So
you know, their dumb decision leads to our possible success. So don't waste time. Go sign him. All right. So you look at this schedule at winnable games. When we had both, we would have had both, right? Okay. So here's the Falcons. Falcons always scored 24 points. They only scored 24 points on our defense. The Saints, they only scored 20 points on our defense. That was a winnable game. We only lost by 3. You look at the Seattle Seahawks. Yeah, our defense had a bad game. We gave up 37, but we also put up 27. Winnable game. Vikings. Vikings only put up 21 points. Do you see where I'm going with this, folks?
Mm-hmm.
We had no shot against the Lions. Let's call that what it is. 42-24. Come on. Anybody thought we had a shot against the Lions when they were on fire like
Oh, by the
that?
way,
Nah. Come on.
Joe Burrow's hand, it looks pretty swollen.
Ooh.
Dude, take a look at this. I just messaged you. Dude, his hand doesn't look too good.
I'll look at it real quick.
Yeah.
Ooh, sorry.
No, you're good. But like,
I'm a busy man, so I get tired easily. But you know.
no, you're good.
Let's see this hand. Let's see what we're dealing with here. But he posted this on X, right?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yikes.
See how swollen it looks?
There's a meme for that.
Yeah, I think I know which
I'm
one
not
you're
gonna
talking
say
about.
which meme,
I
but
know
I think
exactly
everybody
which one you're
knows.
talking about. Just what you mentioned it, I know exactly which one you're talking about. From Friday, right? Oh man, that because this is the most popular one.
The spaghetti fingers.
Uh,
That's an old school meme, man.
oh, the
But it
spaghetti
still
fingers.
checks out.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh man, that looks horrible. Bruh.
Oof.
Oh, Joe.
Yeah, that's
Heal up soon, bro. That
yes.
looks awful, man.
Yeah, seriously.
Anyway, so back to my point. We're sitting here, imagine this, 4-0 going into the Lions game
Hmm.
in Detroit.
Keep talking. I'm listening.
4-0. You take the L to the Lions, that's 4-1.
Hmm.
Dolphins, who would have possibly predicted the Dolphins would be like on fire as much as they are? But I mean, you add Tyreek Hill in there because,
Oh, and
and I saw it.
they cut Chosen. They cut Chosen. Robbie Chosen. Oh, I totally failed to mention that. Yeah,
I'm
they cut.
done, bro. I'm
Yeah, they
done.
cut
This is
Robbie
the third
Chosen.
team this man has been cut from.
Yeah.
This is the third team. He doesn't do jack crap for you. Oh my god, why? Why do people keep signing this man? Why? This is like Mike Rimmers at this point.
Well, I
This
mean,
is like signing a Mike Rimmers at this point. Except Robbie Chosen Anderson doesn't cost you a Super Bowl.
let me see. What all did he do?
That's the difference here.
Oh, he just had the one catch for 68 yards and the
Oh my
touchdown.
lord.
So he had one
What?
catch for 68 yards. So he had a 68-yard touchdown. That's really all he had.
Anybody could do that once, man. Anybody could do that once.
Yeah. So not his third
Find me
team.
a
That's
wide receiver
that's
that
his
can't.
fourth team. Fourth team that he's been cut from.
Fourth team.
Yeah, fourth
Fourth
team.
team. Why
So
do y'all keep signing this man? For what reason?
and the thing is, with Arizona, he made it 10 games before
Done, bro.
in Arizona, he made it 10 games before he got cut, but with Miami, played 4 games, then he got
Oh my
cut.
lord.
So,
Why? For what reason? He didn't even last a full season this time.
yep, just 4 games.
Jeez. Oh wow.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, the Dolphins the Dolphins got Tyreek Hill. And I saw the video of where Tyreek Hill was talking about the contract negotiations where he couldn't stay with KC. So he ended up saying, okay, I'm going to test my luck in free agency because y'all are lowballing me. So Miami picks them up and they score 42 on us. 42. Okay, honestly, that game was a wash anyway. So let's rule that one out too.
Right,
All right,
right.
so we're 4-2 under a decent head coach and a decent offensive coordinator. I think we could have at least maybe put up like 28 points, maybe 35, but it still wouldn't be enough.
Right.
That would still run us over. All right, so bye week comes at the perfect time. We rest up. We get an easy win over the Texans. You know, they didn't even. The Texans got 13 points. Come on. Easy win. If our offense and our head coach are doing their job right. And that's with injuries involved too. We win by like 10 points, right? 10-14. Moving on down to the Colts. This one, if AR was playing, could be considered a possible trap game because of AR. But my thing about AR is you take away his deep ball by putting everybody in deep press. Where's he going to throw it to? He has yet to show anybody he can throw a short or medium pass in the league. I watched him during the combine. He couldn't even do it during the combine.
Uh-huh.
During the combine, of all places, you should be able to at least demonstrate you could do it there. Nope. Didn't even demonstrate it there. So I'm telling you, you double up their wide receivers in Indy. Where's he throwing it to? Nobody. I don't care how perfect your pass is, it's going to get deflected in a deep cover zone. That's a 50-50 ball as far as I'm concerned. That's no better than the quarterback that we had from Notre Dame back in the day. That's no better than that right there. So, in my opinion, that's a win over the Colts. All right, so we're 5-2. Going to the Bears game, 6-2. There's no reason at that point we should lose to the Bears. But knowing our franchise history and how dumb we are, of course we lose at least one of these games that we're not supposed to lose. So, I mean, keep that in mind as we go through this. But it won't be to the Bears. Not this time. All right, so we're at week 11 at the Cowboys week. Here we are. We've got 2 losses only under our belt. Everything else looks sunny and peachy.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody thinks that we are top of the world. We're going to play well. We're going to do whatever we do. You know, Panthers are back, blah, 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 blah.
With this game, I
You
just
know
don't
how the
see
media
it.
is. They're flip-flopping clowns.
I just don't see it with this game.
We lose to the Cowboys. The media does their flip-flopping nonsense. They say, oh, are the Panthers really on top of the world? Are the Panthers really real? Are they pretenders? You know? So that's 3 losses. We go into the Titans game. We beat the Titans. Recovery game. Go to Tampa Bay. By this point, we've won the division. I mean, come on. As flip-flopped as this division is right now, we've won it.
Uh-huh.
We don't even need these last 3 games, to be honest. But we beat Tampa anyway in Tampa Bay because Baker Mayfield is Baker Mayfield. Come on. Baker is Baker. So that's a win there. We go into the Dome in New Orleans and we're thinking, okay, if there's ever a year that we win in the Dome in New Orleans, this is it. And we lose.
Yeah.
Because it's the Panthers being the Panthers. I mean, come on, let's be real. There's always that one game we should not lose, and that's it. We recover against the Falcons, win in week 15. And then here comes the Packers, who are strangely enough playing a little bit better than we think they are supposed to be playing at this point. And I mean, we'll see. It's a 50-50 Packers team. We don't know what type of Packers team we're going to be facing, which makes them a trap game
Which is
in
fair.
our own stadium.
Which is fair.
You know, I venture to say that is a massive trap game because you got the Jags right after that in Jacksonville, which we know we're going to lose that one. But you never know when Jacksonville might drop the ball. So at that point, I'm thinking, okay, 60-40 opportunity to surprise the Jaguars. Because they're not expecting us to not be the typical Panthers and come in there and actually play like we're supposed to play. So it becomes a tight game.
Mm-hmm.
And it comes down to a field goal. Maybe.
Perhaps. Perhaps.
Who knows? Who knows? Once that ball's kicked off in Jacksonville, who knows? At that point, I'm thinking, okay, we might have a competitive shot. But if we've already got the division locked up, what's the point in trying to play that game? Let's play some subs. Unless you're trying for home field advantage, there's no point. Then you got Tampa Bay, which you could beat in your own stadium.
Right.
There's your home field. So at that point, let's take a look at how many losses we got with a competent coach, head coach, and a competent offensive coordinator. You're looking at, okay, 1, the Detroit Lions, 2, the Miami Dolphins, 3, the New Orleans Saints, and 4, the Jacksonville Jaguars. 4 losses.
Did you say the Seahawks?
No, not the Seahawks. No, we beat the Seahawks.
Wait, are you wait, you talking about this year?
Yeah, I'm talking about the L's that we could have taken this year
Oh,
versus the wins.
the L's we could have taken. I gotcha.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. There's 4 on my radar, and that's if you don't count Green Bay, which would be 5. If we fall into the trap.
I see.
And what I'm saying is, Matt, 5 losses out of a 17 game schedule with a bye? Come on.
Yeah.
How do you not like this? And I said my ceiling was 10. I said my ceiling was 10 on paper?
Yeah. Which, man, got 8 losses so far.
Come
so,
on.
yeah.
This is easy. This is easy. And the division's getting worse. They're not
Yeah.
even getting better, they're getting worse. Oh God, it hurts. It hurts.
Yeah.
But I mean, nobody was expecting the Dolphins to just like go off like that or the Lions.
True. True.
So, take those L's in stride. Come on. Cowboys, come on. Yeah, they're stacked. They're stacked. We might have gave them a good game for about 3 quarters. If we had everything we needed. But at that point, it's still nah. Don't see it.
Damien had mentioned that, only slight thing that, might work in our favor is, they don't have LVE, Vander-ish. But I don't think that's going to matter, to be honest with you.
I don't think so either.
I don't think that's going to matter. But
Uh,
um,
what
I,
what could have been? And this is supposed to be the keep pounding game.
I don't know about that, but
It says it on the website. It says keep pounding game.
really?
Yep,
Oh, interesting. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
that's. Are you serious right now?
Well, we're gonna see if they'll pound
Of
something.
all the games that you name, the keep pounding game out of this season, you name that one, the keep pounding game,
They gonna try to pound
knowing we
something.
have zero shot against the Dallas Cowboys.
They're gonna try to pound something or end up getting pounded.
I
But
want whatever y'all are drinking in the front office when you made that decision to name this
yeah,
one.
but
I want whatever y'all are drinking.
we shall we
That
shall
must be
see
some
though.
good sweet tea. Must be
Yeah,
some spiked stuff right there.
yeah, we shall see.
Sheesh.
But that's pretty much
I don't understand this front office, man. I
yeah.
don't.
That that's pretty much all that I really have. I guess we'll go ahead and make our way to final thought. I'm gonna make mine easy because I really don't have too much to say. But I will say, I mean, y'all, I mean, Frank Reich's got the play calling back in his hands. So, I mean, the only thing I could say is just show up and I guess try to do something out of the ordinary and try to make a miracle. That's all I can really say. Do I think it's going to happen? No, but they still show up to play the game and still play the game to win. I mean, anything can happen, but I'm not going to set my expectations high. And
Oh,
the only thing I could say is, Frank Wright, you got the play calling back. If you don't do something with it this time around, you can forget showing up on into the building on Monday. That's for sure. I'm gonna just keep it real, cause like I I just don't see it. I just don't see it. But go for it. That's all that I have. So the floor is yours.
before I start, we actually did sign tackle David Sharp to the 53-man roster.
Oh, we brought
So
him
when
back.
we, yeah,
Oh, okay. Interesting.
yeah. So when we cut Throckmorton and released Deontay Brown, we actually signed David Sharp.
Oh, okay. So he got brought back. Okay, fair enough.
I don't know how I feel about that. Throckmorton was not the answer. We figured that one out. Deontay Brown was not getting the reps he needed. I mean, at this point, I don't know. And then you bring back another
We brought back Jordan Matthews, tight end.
random tight tackle. You know, you bring back another random tackle. That's not going to solve the problem. He better be Superman out there because I'm telling you, we're going to need Superman to glue this line back together.
Fair point.
That's my take on this offensive line right now. But to be fair, if you guys have been listening throughout this whole stream, I've told you twice now how we could fix this team. And there's moves that we need to make right now to make this happen. If you want any shot at these remaining 6 games that are winnable, I said 6, not 8. Ladies and gentlemen, don't get it twisted. 6, not 8. We can still win the division on 7 wins. We've done it before with a trash division. We did that back in what? 17 or 18?
What's that now? We
Which year was it? 18?
we last went to playoffs.
Yeah.
17. 17.
17. All right. And what was our record?
11-5.
Okay. But there was a year where we won it with a below 500 record. What year was that?
Oh, you talking about when we made the playoffs at 7-8-1?
Exactly.
Oh,
That's
that was 2014. That was 2014.
exactly the one I'm talking about.
Yeah, that was 1
It
year
is
before.
possible, ladies and gentlemen. If your division is trash, it is possible. We're not mathematically out of this yet. Now, I'll grant you the Saints have a soft schedule. I'll grant you that. That means if the Saints win this division on like 9 wins or something like that, that's fine. We can still battle for a wild card. We still got a few hungry teams to battle off of, to get that wild card spot, but we can do it. It's just going to be a real struggle. We'll have to have a little help, but it can happen. Weirder things have happened this year. So, such as the Dolphins coming out of nowhere with those 50 points and the doggone Denver Broncos out of nowhere.
Mm.
what was that game? Anyway, weirder things have happened this year. That's my point. It's possible. So, I mean, I'm not giving up hope yet, but if we don't fire Frank Reich now and McCown right now, we're not going to get anywhere. Point blank, we're not.
Mm-hmm.
And take my suggestion, please. Ken Dorsey. I'm going to push it as hard as I can because this is the only way to save this season this year. And that's 6 games out of the 8. We get as far as we get. And at this point, we just spent $70 million of half these players' money. And out of the Charlotte taxpayers' dollars. So at this point, you better put that money to good use. You better do something with it. Because I'm not sitting here with a 2-win season at the end of the year going, what did we do with our money? What did we do with our money? Because these players will say, why should I be in Carolina if you guys are going to waste my money?
Uh-oh. Yeah.
They're not going to want to come back here. They're going to say, for what reason? And I don't blame them. And we are back to square one again, where we can't get people here. Gee, I wonder why. Because our coaching still doesn't have a clue. And it's going to be that way until we see some type of change in the coaching.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm looking at this coaching staff and I'm going, $70 million for what? I'm asking this week after week after week. Nothing's changed. Nothing's been done. Nobody understands audibles. Nobody understands adjustments. It's the same old broken record every week. And I'm going, okay. There's only so much of this as Panthers fans we could put up with. That's why I understand Rashad's push to have a protest at both. But what are you protesting? Are you protesting for the right reason? Are you protesting for something to be done?
Mm.
You don't just protest just because you're fed up with these people and and that's as far as you get. Oh yeah, we're pissed off, we're complaining, but nothing's being done. For what reason? That's no different from any other protest out there
Mm.
that where nothing gets accomplished. You know, You got people protesting city halls all over the country. What good does that do? None of these people are leaving power. Remember who's in charge? The billionaire. He's got more money than you've ever seen in your entire lifetime. Nothing's going to change unless Tepper decides to fire Frank. That's the change we want. Again, like I said, I'm willing to give Tepper one more chance if he fires Frank. Because he's now shown interest in this team. And he's shown interest in trying to solve this team's problems. Before this, he did not. He was only interested in his soccer team and trying to build that up. And I understand that. To a degree, I understand that. But you can't put 110% focus into a soccer team when it's supposed to be a football team that you built this stadium around. And you've been remodeling. And you're thinking about making changes to. No one's going to care that you're making changes to the parking lot. No one's going to care that you're making changes to the practice field unless something positive comes out of it.
Right.
So my whole thing is protest for the right reasons, please. Don't waste your time up in Charlotte protesting for David Tepper, to sell the team. That's never going to happen. That's a pipe dream. Anyone that thinks differently, that's a pipe dream. That's like asking Smokey the Bandit to come to your house and say hi. It's not going to happen. And not steal something from your house. I mean, really? He's Smokey the Bandit. What do you expect?
Right.
You expect him to leave milk and cookies out there and expect him to be like Santa Claus and not do anything with them?
Dang.
I mean, really. This is the level of ignorance we're dealing with in this fan base. And I'm so sick and tired of it. And you want all the YouTubers out there that don't agree on anything,
Which is fair.
collectively. Those who cannot agree on one solid argument are going to split up. You're going to have 2 or 3 different groups. This is what's going to happen. You don't seem to understand this. I do because I've been paying attention to everybody's channels. I watch this stuff when I'm not streaming. Ladies and gentlemen, I know what these people's opinions are. Because it's the same ones, and then they flip-flop, and then they do this, and they do that, and it's just, it's a chaotic neutral.
Right.
You don't know what they're going to do from week to week and what they're going to be bashing. And you want them to collectively agree on something and protest? For what reason? What are you accomplishing? Nothing. So when you protest Frank and you protest the fact that he should be fired and he's not, here's what you're accomplishing. 1, it forces Tepper to make a decision. It forces his hand after he has now shown you that he cares about this team. 2, it accomplishes the fact that you are showing everybody and exposing Frank Reich for who he is. 100% pulling back the curtain and showing everybody who he is, which most of us already knew anyway. 3, were pissed off because of the lack of success over a number of years. This is partially due to that. This is partially due to poor leadership choices and poor coaching decisions to hire.
Fair point.
Now that we have seen that Wilkes was the correct choice, hindsight's 2020. Now that we have seen the stupidity of our choices after they've already been made, hindsight's 50-50. And now people are pissed off. And I'm sitting there like, I try to tell you, but you won't listen. All you hard-headed people, you will not listen. And now here we are. Because you won't take my advice on the stuff that I actually have done research on. And I understand this team. But again, it's your team. I don't pull the strings. I don't have ownership. I don't have money tied to this franchise at all now. I did in 2015 when I paid almost like $500 for tickets in merch back then, but now I don't. I may have put what $100 into one ticket this year.
Mm-hmm.
That was about it, and maybe some merch, for YouTube purposes. But do I have a stake in this? No.
Fair point.
This is your team. So as we advance into this Cowboys game, we understand that we have no shot. We understand now that Frank is to blame. And we understand that Tepper needs to do something. And he has. But it's not enough. We need Frank gone. Now. Stop waiting. Put this man on a plane today. I want his belongings, everything that is in his office, sitting on that plane tomorrow. Tomorrow morning. I expect to see a notification from ESPN saying Frank Reich has been fired sometime in the next 2 weeks. If I don't see that, I'm not buying into Tepper and his opportunity to try to turn this team back around as an owner. I'm going to protest him next. Because at that point, he's the one that's causing all of this. Because you go 0 for 2 on head coaches and then you go 0 for 3. No. That's strike 3, bro. You're done. Sell the team at that point because you don't know what you're doing. So, like I said, you fire Frank Reich in the next 2 weeks, you get your next shot to fix this. In my eyes, you don't do it in the next 2 weeks, and you have a history of firing coaches in mid-season. So don't tell me you can't do this. Okay, you've done it before, and everybody pretty much is just. We're already the laughing stock of the league. We're already the sinking Titanic. Go ahead and call it what it is. Mm-hmm. We're lost. We're distraught. Go ahead and call it what it is. Everybody seems to understand that the Panthers are this, except for us as a front office. You might as well call a spade at this point. Yep, and just do it. Cut the cord, man. Just do it. Like, why are you waiting? It won't matter who's calling the plays on Sunday. We're still going to lose by a huge margin. And if anybody still believes that we still have any fathom of a shot in any parallel universe against Dallas, you are fooling yourselves and you are fooling everybody else that you're trying to convince. It's not going to happen. I have a better chance of catching a leprechaun.
Oh, snap.
Than us beating the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, point blank.
That's what's up.
And leprechauns don't exist. So, with that in mind, what makes you, in any fathom, shape or form, think that by taking these play calling dudes back, Frank, that you're actually solving any kind of problem? You're fooling yourself, and you're digging a bigger grave for yourself.
Yep.
By doing this.
Big old grave.
I'm done trying to help you, Frank. I'm done trying to help you. You've already dug yourself this grave. Now lie in it. And there's been several opportunities for you to dig your way out, and you failed every single time. What more do you want from me? To give you a participation medal? That's not how this works. Get out of Carolina. We're done with you. Please fire him, Mr. Tepper. If you don't see it by now, you're not going to. This man is causing every problem that we have right now. It all traces back to him. Every one of them. And his coaching staff. Keep Ajaro around. He's exempt. Keep Deuce Staley around. He's exempt. Everybody else, maybe the special teams coach. But everybody else in that coaching staff, y'all got 2 weeks. Either get it together or you're going out the door with him. Because I'm done with y'all too. Camping, I'm willing to take a chance on. But the rest of you, no. And that's a big gamble on Camping. Because I'm starting to ask questions about Camping too. Is he a product of the system of Green Bay? Of their success? Is he a product of their system? Or did he just go on for the ride? And you just already had the talent on the O-line. Thanks to a great GM. I'm starting to ask those questions, Camping. Don't make me ask those questions every week, bro. Fix it. Teach these guys proper fundamentals. Please. D-line coach, same thing to you. I don't know where you came from, but you better get those fundamentals into these guys. Get them to get off their blocks, because that's the only way to get these run stops. If I see these guys stay on their blocks for 3 whole seconds, that's too long. Get off your blocks. No. Hit the weight room and get off your blocks. Same thing with the O-linemen. Do not let these guys bull rush you into eternity.
Yeah, seriously.
If I see that again, I'm going to lose my mind. These are basic fundamental things that we are lacking right now. And if we don't get these fixed, we're not going anywhere. You don't win in the trenches, you're not winning anywhere else. Period. Point blank. Because it puts pressure on every other position. Everything feeds off the line. I've been trying to teach people this. They don't want to listen. We're back here again. No depth. No bull rush. No blocking. Same old, same old. Doesn't matter who we hire as a coach. It's the same old, same old. What are we teaching these guys? Wake up. Teach them the fundamentals. Oh, my God. And please, Frank. We know you aged like 10 years in one week. Okay. I think you got visited by the Grim Reaper for a minute. But
Yikes.
yeah, this man, the stress is finally getting to him. You know, it wouldn't have to get to you if you'd actually learn about this team and what you're supposed to be doing. You wouldn't have gray hairs, man. Did you see it? Did you see how much gray that man had in his hair before he got hired here?
Oh yeah. Oh, I definitely remember.
And then the picture from last week.
Oh, I definitely remember.
From this week.
Yes.
It's wow. I'm terrified for you, Frank.
Yeah, I definitely remember.
This man might have a heart attack on the field. from stress of this job. You don't need to do this to yourself, Frank. Just go take an easy retirement job at Ingles. Go get yourself a bagger job. You're clearly not fit for this job anymore, buddy. You never were. Go take an easy job somewhere else, man. Go make some money. Build up that 401k, bud. You got enough coaching money now. You don't need this job. You don't need this job. You don't need to embarrass yourself anymore. It's sad.
Must be a pride thing.
It's absolutely a pride thing. What head coach has the balls to go against an owner? I have never seen that. Never.
Well, it's definitely not normal.
At what point do you think you have more power than Tepper does over this team? Mr. Tepper, I hope you're listening to this, man. Do not let this man overpower you. He's already fooled Scott Fitterer already. He's already absolutely fooled Scott Fitterer, but Scott Fitterer was weak-minded when it came to that. When it came to this adjustment. Frank's using the force on you, bro. Don't let him fool you.
Oh man.
This is not the head coach we're looking for.
Oh man. Well,
Go about your business. Go about your business. Continue losing. Come on, guys. This is not complicated. Fire this clown, man. Fire this clown.
well, it
So we
just
can end this nightmare.
it just may be right around the corner. Just maybe. Right
Oh
around
my
the corner.
god, man.
But but yeah.
I can't do this much longer as a Panthers fan, bro.
Oh, totally understandable. Totally understandable.
You want to save this season? You know what to do. It's not hard. And players, stick by your morals, okay? Just because this is a bad transition time doesn't mean you should slack off, doesn't mean you should get lazy, doesn't mean you should stop playing hard. Go hard, man. Go hard. That's what we're paying you for. We love you guys, man. None of this is for you, okay? But at the same time, all of this is for you so you can find success. You know what I mean? We care about y'all. We're backing y'all up. We're supporting you. I have patience for Bryce Young. Like Mr. Blitzball said, I got patience for this wide receiver core. I got patience for this defense. I got patience for all these players, bro. You just got to show me that you can do this under a proper coach. And the coaching staff we had under Wilkes proved that. Now it's your turn. If we can get a Jaro in, can you prove it to us? Can you win those 6 games that I beforehand mentioned? It's up to you after that point. We're going to do our part. Then it's your turn. You know? So from then on, it's all you. And I need to see some dubs. Prove me right, please. Please. For the benefit of this franchise and to save this franchise, please save this franchise. Because I can't stand another year of this. And as for the protest, I can't physically go because of situations that are out of my control. But if I could, I would. but yeah,
Understandable.
yeah,
But
but
but yeah, like oh,
stay
go ahead.
happy, healthy, and well, guys.
Oh, yes, indeed. Always. Always. And as usual, keep pounding. One way or another, we're gonna get through this. Uh, but yeah,
Yeah,
Sunday game against the Cowboys at home. I mean,
it's gonna be a rough one. Yeah,
yeah.
just just suffer through it, take your L, and move on.
Well, I'll
You know,
catch what I can from the DVR, but I'll be at a wedding. But
yeah,
I still plan to do uh recap. It might not be that evening because wedding, but I'll
okay,
definitely get around to it. We'll definitely get around to it, even if it's the following
okay.
day. So
I'll do a short recap stream,
yeah, do,
and then we'll fully cover it the next whenever whatever day he wants to do it.
yeah, that works. So by all means,
Yeah,
I encourage y'all to definitely check out Keep Pounding, uh, the Facebook group as well as the YouTube where you can catch that as well. So definitely keep an eye out for that.
yeah.
Just if you
We'll be
can,
covering it. We'll do it live.
elaborate a little bit more on where you can be found, where Keep Pounding can be found.
Uh, if you're searching in the YouTube search algorithm, it's keep pounding 3869. Okay, keep pounding 3869, and that'll bring it up right to the top of the search results. Also, Facebook group page, keep pounding in all caps. Facebook group page, not the regular page, but the group page, guys. People have gotten confused by that. So just want to make sure that was clear. And if you got a name for our panel, of YouTubers that me, Blitz, and Mr. Carolina, and whoever else we may bring in,
Hmm.
throw it out there. Let's see it in chat. Let's see it in the comments on my page and on Mr. Carolina's Twitter or wherever he can be found. So um, let's get this rolling. I want to see. I want to see what names y'all come up with. Be creative, and we'll vote on it, and we'll make it happen. Okay. Stay
Sounds like
happy, healthy, well, folks.
sounds like a plan indeed. Sounds like a plan. But I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight. Of course, Mr. Carolina earlier, Corey as usual. Everybody in the chat that came through, good to hear from y'all. But try to enjoy the weekend. So it's another fresh
Mm-hmm.
weekend. The weekend before Thanksgiving. So, definitely still make it fun. I know Thanksgiving seems like it's right around the corner, but we got this weekend to look forward to, so try to enjoy it as
Mm-hmm.
best as you can. Uh but yeah, that will do it for another live Carolina Panthers talk live stream brought to you by Game Beauty, the Bleeding Carolina Blue podcast, Keep Pounding podcast, Blitzball Champ Gaming. Thank y'all so much for coming through. We're your hosts. Shout out to Mr. Carolina. I am Blitzball Champ.
And keep pounding.
We will see y'all in the next live stream. Take care. Be blessed.